Okay. Good afternoon, good morning, buongiorno, bonjour, happy new year. Oops, that's not a way to start. Happy New Year to everybody out there. I would like to say welcome to this presentation. As you all understand, this is going to be the first of a lifetime because we're doing a lot of things. We're being able to transmit and speak to you guys on the Zoom, those of you who are interacting with us live, and also our friends on Facebook. So I'm going to ask all of you, just for now, unmute yourselves and let's all say hi and wish each other Happy New Year in the spirit of the New Year of 2023. So you can all unmute yourselves and all cheer up for the New Year's. If you have any champagne or any glasses, I can see Mike Lawrence is on his couch right there, chilling. If you have any champagne or glass, lift it up and celebrate yourself. You are all chosen few, chosen blessed few, because if you think about it, not everybody was able to make it to this new year, unfortunately. So we're going to take a moment of silence and just to repose for the souls of those who passed in the year 2022. And we ask that may their souls and the souls of all the faithful departed through the mercy of God rest in peace. Amen. Amen. So yes, guys, it has been a long wait. I know that very, very many of you have been, of course, interested and anxious to get your hands on the Ketron event, but it is finally here. Unfortunately, yes, we do have a slow production, as many of you are already aware of what's going on in the world of electronics. So we'd like to, on behalf of Ketron, bear with us, but we are slowly rolling these units out to those of you in the United States, those of you in Europe, those of you worldwide. So before me here today, yes, we do have the event. Just like to let you know if there's any glitches, I apologize in advance. We are also streaming to those on Facebook and also those on YouTube. And as the technology permits itself, it's almost like a one-man show here, trying to switch between cameras, trying to respond to comments for those of you on Zoom, whom we shall give priority to. And then, of course, discussing with the people on YouTube and on Facebook. So I want to just make, those of you who are on YouTube, I want to make you guys jealous a little bit. Those of you who are on Facebook, I also want to increase the jealousy onto you. Take a look at the folks who are on Zoom, all the Ketroniers in the house, right there. As you can see, there are a bunch of people. We have about 41 participants so far and counting. Numbers are going up. Some people are still in the waiting room. So those of you on the Zoom, you can say hi to the folks on YouTube. They're probably going to join you guys as well when they find out that this is real, because some people still had a doubt as to whether or not there is such a thing called the Ketron event, right? So without much ado, we're going to present to you this marvelous instrument. What I'm going to do, predominantly, especially since majority of you are either Ketron owners, or a lot of you are actually from the Korg world as well. I got a lot of interest from Korg fans who wanted to participate in this. So for their purposes as well, I might jump into some things that are unique to Ketron, which most of you in the Ketron world already understand. So just permit me when I do that. I know the people here who also have Yamaha Genesis, Yamaha Tyros, and a few others who also have roll-on products. So for their sake, we shall deviate a little bit and get into some of the things that might perk them up a little bit as well too. But for the most part, I'm going to try and focus really to keep the entertainment, or to keep this presentation short and precise. I want to focus on what is it that makes the event unique. In other words, why the event, right? There have been a bunch of questions on the forums, People have asked about, should you upgrade or downgrade, switching back and forth to an event or come up. So we're going to try and answer those questions in a unique way, because again, every instrument has its own perks, every instrument has its own things and its own targeted people for the market wise. Okay, so let me get back in here. Facebook fans and those of you on YouTube, you can still click on the link and also enter into the Zoom if you want to actually be a participant. At some point I'm going to take pauses and I'm going to take questions. Of course, like I said before, I have only a few rules, only 3. I'm a very, very open fella. The first one is please, because we're on the Zoom, when you are discussing or anything, please do not talk over somebody, right? If somebody is speaking or asking a question, let them finish their question first, and then we go. That way, it's more orderly and presentable. Number 1. Number 2, if somebody else is asking or wants to ask a question, just because of those who are actually on the cameras and because it's an interactive event, I'm going to give priority to those who have their cameras on first. So if you want to participate or ask a question as we're performing and as we're discussing back and forth, if you are on the Zoom and you are on a camera and I can see you, I will give you priority. The reason I do that is because there are a lot of people who are ghost links and people come into events sometimes just to disrupt it. I want to make sure I can verify who I'm talking to first and be able to respond to them. However, if you're on Zoom and you want to have a question and you don't want to be on camera, you don't want to be viewed, you can post that question in the chat, okay? You can type it in the chat and I'll be able to respond to that. And then thirdly, those of you who are on Facebook and on YouTube will be able to discuss on the chat as well. But like I said, the priority is given to those who have cameras on and who are actually participating, because I can verify exactly who it is I'm talking to. So without much ado, let's talk about the event. So as many of you know, Ketron Event, it's been a long time coming. And just so you can have a view, that's what it looks like. Let me get out those rules and regulations here now that we've already explained that, right? So let me get back into the other camera here, get that out of the way, and we can come down here. So this is what your event looks like, of course, minus this keyboard. So I have a keyboard here because I'm using that to interact with the people on Facebook and switch back and forth. But I'm going to put this on the side for now, as I think its purpose might already be way overdue. All right? And I got my little mouse over here too, right there. So you might see me, these are not part of the event. This is just part of my computer to control the switching of screens and everything else. So this is the beauty of this wonderful instrument, which has been in a long time in the making, okay? So I'm going to start off, first of all, talking about like some of the new stuff when it comes to the voicing, right? So we do have a plethora of voices in this instrument, and as you notice, one of the things that you will also find out as I'm going back and forth here and switching my screen is also the ease of use. Having this new, please, if you're coming in, just go ahead and mute yourself so that you don't interrupt the presentation. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's see here. Let's go back and first of all spotlight this so everybody is seeing the same thing. That's a lot better, right? Good. So now we are in full mode. So you can notice that the operating system is slightly different. And for some people might look at it and be like, wow, that's a lot of color. Yes, it is a lot of color. And the purpose of that is for you to be able to quickly identify what it is that you want to be able to access or what you want to be able to go to. So that's the big thing about the revamp on the operating system, okay? Secondly, you also notice that, yes, you have backlight sliders as well, which is actually a good renovation for us on the Ketron world, because especially when you're talking about people who perform in the dark, right? In dark environments, it's a lot easier for them to actually be able to have some vision on that. But enough of the talking, let me do some playing. And again, it's not going to be much of playing, but it's going to be much of explanation as to what it is that this beautiful keyboard can do. So I'm going to hit that button over there. I'm going to take myself over to the pianist mode, okay? And that button allows you to play the full keyboard with a single instrument. So if right now when you hit the button by default, it's going to take me to, let's see, where am I? Well, I'm in saxophone. I want to be in keyboard there. Let's go ahead. do this. Let's see. I got my second voice going on somewhere. I gotta turn that second voice off. There we go. All right. Right there, okay, voice number 2, and it has its own dedicated volume, just like we had on the SD9. Again, let's talk about ease of use here and about this, what is unique about this in regards to the other instruments that are out there. In the older instrument, you had voice 1, which was your main voice, and you had voice 2, which was called then a second voice, right? But the beauty about this instrument right now is these are actually 2 independent voices. And the idea is you can actually customize these to have them be made up of particular sounds, right? So voice 1, yeah, in this particular case, it was a grand piano. But sometimes you might pick a voice. Let's say I go to voice, I turn on the voice, and I'm going to go into, touch the top of the screen there for my voice 1. That's voice 2, voice 1. And I want to pick a different instrument. Let's say I want to go down here. These are all my different banks of my instrumentation, okay? So I might want to go into brass, for an example. And I want to go into, let's say, trumpet. And I touch the trumpet right there, right? So right now, I'm going to play this sound. And it says trumpets, a couple of trumpets in there. If I go into soft horn, for example. But this is going to be the beauty of the instrument, right? You can actually customize and build this voice as a voice of your own. How do you do that? It's very, very simple. You just touch and hold that voice for like 2 seconds, and it will tell you what the composition of that voice is. So if I zoom into the screen, this is what your screen is going to look like. So you can see that that particular voice that we call soft horn is made up of 3 voices. If you look at the screen right now, you have 3 rows over there. The first row that says soft trombone, the second one that says orchestral, and the third one is trumpet attack. So the first 2 voices are on, okay? In this particular example, let me get back to that screen. The third voice is not. So for every voice, if you look at the different columns, you can adjust its volume, its reverb, its shift, and to panning and its chorus. If I go on to page 2 on the bottom of that screen, I can have even more and more functionalities, which we'll discuss later. I'm not going to get into too much of that right now. But the whole idea is this particular one sound that we're calling soft horn is actually made up of, or could be made up of, 3 individual sounds, okay, to make what we call, in some cases, people call them programs. In others, they call them combi. We just call it a voice, right? A preset voice. So this is where the event now begins to separate itself from the rest of the flock. I just showed you the characteristic of voice number 1. Well, guess what? Voice number 2, exactly the same thing. So technically speaking, you can layer up to 6 independent sounds to make a particular voice, right? I don't know if you guys understand what I'm talking about. So when I pick, for example, in that example I just did, that trombone, it can be made up of 3 voices. If I go to voice 2 and I want to add another voice, say strings, I could layer it and make it up to 3 additional voices. That is 6 voices that you can play together at once. And trust me, the event can handle it because we actually have a dual processor, 2 CPU chips running inside this keyboard to manage different things and to make it go, very, very smooth as well too. So that's just one of the things I can show you about the voices in terms of the way it's actually laid out. And I'm going to go back here real quick so you can see what I'm looking at here too. Okay, so we also have, again, you can see on the display, this is optional, of course, but you have the capability now to send out through the HDMI output to a touchscreen display, which means that for those of us who are getting up there in age and we don't want to start squinting our eyes to look at something, we can actually have an external touchscreen device where you can touch and actually use that to operate the event as well. This is really good because it allows you to be able to position this display monitor wherever you want. And of course, for those of you who are playing in nightclubs or who are playing in different venues, it also means that you can be able to split that signal and send it out to multiple devices, okay, to multiple things. So we started off with the voices. I'm going to do some playing here, and then I'm going to go to the most exciting part of the event, which is the style category. And a lot of people have some hesitance when they hear about the audio styles. Now, in the world of Ketron, Ketron did not replace MIDI styles with audio styles. Neither did we just do exclusively audio styles. The audio styles is like your luxury part of the keyboard. You still have MIDI styles where you can go out and customize every single piece of that style. You also have blends between an audio and MIDI, and then you also have the audio. And I think when I get done with this part, I think this is going to be mostly the wow factor, because one of the things that we realize that is people find very difficult to create their own styles, from scratch. But the event has a lot of content in it, especially if you have the AjamSonic package. You have a lot of content that you can actually use to customize and to make your own styles and to sound professional, like those who actually created the styles for this keyboard. A lot of the work has been done for you for the most part. So I'm going to pick one right here, lead voice here, one with my flugelhorn, and I'm going to actually go ahead and I'm going to just play along something with the lifestyle, just to give you an idea again of some of how this stuff is going to work with the voicing. Now let me see if I can switch over my camera. Yeah, multitasking. In the meantime, are you guys hearing me okay? Is there any issue with the sound before we go too far and find out that there's nothing? Hopefully most of you are listening to this or watching this through what do you call it? Your computer, or through some very good speakers. Okay. So let's go ahead and try and do something. Let me check on the guys here on YouTube. Are you guys okay with sound? Okay, sound is also good on you guys. And those of you who are on Facebook Live, are you also, you're seeing this, right? Okay, good. All right. I think the sound seems to be good so far. Nobody has complained, so we're good. No news sometimes is good news, right? Okay. So let me go ahead and get back onto, okay, there we go. Those are the here one with my flugelhorn, and I'm going to actually go ahead. All right. Yeah, I was having double there. The keyboard is a little bit loud. Yeah, I was okay. Let me adjust that. See, these are the sound engineers who are already picking up the keyboard. Okay, good. So here we go. All right, we're going to do something. I'm going to pick the flugelhorn. Now, again, one of the unique things, not exclusively, but in the event is, if you notice, those of you who used to have or who have the either the audio series or the SD9, remember that you had a category of sounds in there where you'd have to load the sound into the instrument. Because of the vast amount of memory we have right now, that's no longer the case. And so the live instrumentation, the live voices, these are voices that were actually played by musicians, live sounds. And so the duration of the sample is as long as the actual sample itself. And what do I mean by that? So for example, if you listen to this flugelhorn sound, and if I go here to the screen real quick and show you what I'm talking about, how can you distinguish those voices, right? If I go to the screen, let's look at this flugelhorn. You see that right there next to the flugelhorn on the top right-hand corner, it says real, right? If you look at the other sound in there, if I go here to, let's see, get out of this voice editor mode, and I'm going to go here to, let's see, you can actually see the voice that says real in red. So any of these sounds, if I turn the page and I go to any of these sounds, the harmonica voice on the bottom left-hand side says real. The soft trumpet says real. Any of these voices, okay, are actual real voices in other words, somebody actually sat in the studio and actually played out that particular instrument, also for the duration of the instrument. And what does that translate into when you're actually doing something of this nature? Let's listen to this for an example. So what was that? What was going on over there, right? A couple of things, as you will notice, with regards to the style performance on that machine, on that demonstration. So if you notice, you have your variation A, B, C, and D. Okay, I was able to quite easily go from each of the variations, and you didn't notice anything like, you know, the style either jumping or, you know, like some slight hesitation that we had previously in the audio. Again, I was saying that because of the dual processor that we have on this instrument, it makes it pretty much sound and be flawless. That's number one. Number two, most importantly, and we're going to come to these styles, okay? Our style category, if we have in here, we'll talk about the voices in here, okay? We actually have a plethora of audio styles, and I'm going to jump into that down within the explanation, just to give you an idea of how much control you actually have over that. But on the surface right now, for example, with most arrangers, you have your four different variations. Now, in the Ketron world, especially ever since ST9, but more importantly now in the event, which has been expanded, you actually have 8 variations, okay? So if you notice, if I come down here to my screen, right here next to where it says A, B, C, and D, you also have a variation button. And what exactly is that? So inside these different variation parts, you have another variation, okay? I know it sounds crazy, but let me explain how that works. So in variation A, for example, if I just play a chord, I'm going to play this chord real quick. Okay, that's the variation A. Okay, inside the variation A, I have another variation. I can turn that on by pressing the variation right here. You hear that? It's a subtle variation. Okay, so sometimes it might be applied to the drums or maybe the bass track, but this is very subtle. If I take it off, all right, if I go to B, that's variation B, okay? And inside variation B, I can have another, what I call a subtle variation, right here. Okay? If I go to variation C, again, this is variation C, arranger C, that's what I will use, arranger C, okay? Inside arranger C, if I turn on the variation, I have a subtle variation inside that. And the same thing for D. All right, if I go to D right now, that's arranger D. And inside arranger D, I have a subtle variation again. Now, how can you tell, you know, real quick, for example, how do you know which styles has the variation and which one does not? Again, let's go back to the screen, all right? If you go back to the top of the screen, look right there in the top left-hand corner, okay, where you see where it says ballad, which is where your style is. Right next to that, you see it says D1, okay? And that D1 right now is because we're in variation D. If I go to arranger A, it says A1, right? So whenever you're in the first original arranger, okay, so if I change my screen and do this, so you can sometimes make you see everything at the same time. So when you're in A, B, C, or D, on the top left-hand corner, you're going to see A1, B1, C1, or D1. That tells you that you're in the original variation of the style, right? And the moment that you hit the variation button here, you're gonna see where it's, that's what I was trying to avoid. Sorry about that. So immediately you hit the variation button, okay? Here, you're gonna see it's gonna change to, you know, A2, B2, C2, or D2, okay? So when you're if you look at the top left-hand corner, it tells you the, oh, I went and did another feature there. All right, it shows you the variation that you're in right here at the top of the screen. Right next to that, you see where it says 1 of 8. Okay, so that variation has 8 measures. All right, so as the machine is playing, it goes 1 through 8 as well. And right next to that, you see the little V. That's the V that tells you that you do have a style. The particular style that you selected has that variation in it. So most of the styles in this machine have 8 variations. So think about it as 8 arrangements: A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H. That's how you want to think about it. It's a massive machine. Okay, so that's the first part about it. All right, I'm going to. Somehow somebody is getting in and unmuting this stuff. If it happens again the next time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just freeze the mute, That way we can focus on the show, and then I'll unmute later on when it's time for us to have open discussions about this. Unfortunately, it's an open link, so you don't know who's out there, and that's what I was trying to talk about at the beginning of the presentation. So yes, so having 8 variations within the style is massive. Okay, now let's break this down a little bit better too, so you can understand what I'm talking about here. Even within those variations, all right, and the way the styles are programmed, when you play major chords or minor chords or seventh or diminished chords, okay, because you're using audio elements, okay, unlike in the other case of the other instruments where we would use MIDI to make up for the lack of the audio elements, we actually have most of the tonalities programmed into the style. So if I play, for an example, C major chord, if I play, a sustain, or if I play a minor, you notice the guitar and the arrangement and the chords. These are audio elements, okay? And these are also following as I am playing the chord in real time. Also on the far left here, I'm not sure you can see that with that camera. If I change the view, also you have the articulation button now. Before, especially with the audio, the articulation was carried out or was done depending on how hard or how soft you played with velocity. But right now we also have an actual physical articulation button, which means that voices that have articulation on them, you can actually control that by simply pressing the articulation. Okay, so yeah, that's very very interesting. So again, let's talk about more about this as we're diving into the demonstration. I already talked to you about the voice editor. Now, the good thing about these voices, again, and most of you who play arrangement keyboards or arranger keyboards, you notice that you have a split point. You can hit the split, and you can select very quickly on the screen where you want the split point to be at. Also, you can even lock that split as well too, okay? So you have it fixed no matter what you're doing. So there are a couple of new functions in there. But what I didn't discuss with you guys before was that if I go back to that voice editor, by picking the voice, let's say the full horn, touch and hold it for like 2 seconds, and it gives you that. Now, the second page is one I wanted to show you because a lot of people were asking like some of the things about the split point, right? Let's go to the screen real quick. So each of these voices, right? If I go to the voice editor and go to page 2, you notice that for each of the voices, I can select the range. In other words, at what point, where do I want to play them on the keyboard? And this is very important because I can set, say, a particular voice. I want that voice to be active only from here to here, right, within this part of the keyboard. So I'll just touch the range and put the start here and the end here, okay? So in that case, if I turn on all these 3 voices, let me put it this way, okay? And in the first case, I want to just to make it stand out, I'm going to pick something else. Let me pick... let's see, let's go to strings, and again it's very easy to do, all right, as you can see, and I'm going to go to ensemble. So I have 3 voices here. I want to have 3 distinctive voices to show you this demonstration. So I can pick the ensemble in such a way that this ensemble voice, I want this voice to be heard between this key and this key, okay? And the second voice, the jazz flugelhorn, I want that to be heard between this and that. And the third voice, which is damped, I want it to be heard between here and let's say all the way to the top of the keyboard. So that means that when I'm playing this now, I get my ensemble strings, okay? And here I'm going to get the flugelhorn. I got to turn that on first of all. Let's see here. Split, and where's the volume? I've got to go back to the first page and make sure that the volume is up there, you see? Oh, it's not even on. Okay, and the third voice up here. Let me see, I think I went back too many steps. Oops, let me do that again, sorry. So the idea is I can be able to split. Oh, I went back to the default. Anyway, but I was trying to explain or show you how you can split the different voices. Have a voice in a particular section, have a voice in a particular section, and have another voice in a particular section. This means that in total, even though you have one dedicated split point, which is for the arranger. So right here, you're playing the styles, right, to the left of the keyboard. On the right-hand side, you can have 3 dedicated splits. Not only can you have 3 dedicated splits, again, if I go to that other page, I can also set the velocity, which means that I can even just say, listen, I want to have all those 3 voices play on the entire keyboard. But depending on how soft or how hard I play, I can trigger different voices. Now, you guys all know as much as I do that as an arranger player, you want to have maximum control, right, over the voices and over the instrument. But at the same time, you do need some degree of automation, because whenever you take your fingers off of the piano to touch something or to trigger something, that is one less piece of music that's going into your keyboard, right? So a lot of times we're used to, we find a sweet spot where we play and then we stop and we hit a fill or do that. But if you can have some of those things automated, for an example, if I'm playing and I press the keyboard a little bit hard, I can trigger a fill, right? Or if I'm playing and I run up like this, for example, I can trigger something. So that way I can program the instrument such that I'm using my fingers as I'm playing the music to trigger different things, bring different voices, for an example, add sustain if I want to, trigger a fill or a break without lifting my finger off the keyboard. And that's the direction that Ketron has gone with. And that's some of the unique things that we're going to talk about too, especially when we dive back into the style engine. I have to come back to that voice edit again and see why it didn't work the way I was looking for it to work. But you get the point for the most part. So let me get back into the keyboard. Let's see here, switch over here and get back down here. Okay, good. So the next thing that we'll talk about right now is going to be what also makes this instrument different from the other ones, from the SD9, is we've actually brought back the drawbars, okay? So we now have actual drawbars within the Ketron Event as well. And this is very, very simple, right? So if I go here to turn off voice 1, okay, and I go to my drawbar, I can actually select right here, organ drawbar in the middle of the screen. It actually shows you the different, oops, I'm pointing at the wrong screen, the different preset organ drawbars that you have, right? So, oh, take out the voice 1 again, okay. Those of you who play organs in church, this is going to be a beauty for you as well. We've got the slow and the fast rotor. I've got to change the camera view for that so you can see what I'm talking about here. So this slow and fast rotor buttons here on the side. So those who play organs are going to be very used to that, being able to go from slow, off, but what is much more interesting about this is being able to actually edit the drawbars, okay? So if I come here, for example, when I go into the drawbar view screen, I actually have access to those drawbars. And let me just zoom in on the screen itself so you can see what I'm seeing right here. So that's actually the screen on the unit right now itself. And you can actually use these sliders here on the side to actually adjust the drawbars, okay? Or you can take it out of the faders. Right here it says 2 faders, right? Which means that the control is given to the side. But sometimes you might want to control, like say, the drums, the style, the bass, the chord, while you're adjusting the drawbar. So in that case, you now adjust that on the screen itself, just by simply pulling and dragging like that on the screen, okay? Now the control of the faders have now been returned to controlling the style, the bass, the chord, and the drums and what have you. All right, so that's a big plus, because that was not available on the SD9. Being able to have access to the drawbars. Okay. Now, in this next demonstration, I'm going to talk about the EDM. Okay, the electronic dance music stuff, because that was also a weakness that was made known to us with pretty much most of the Ketron line up until this point. You have to also think about it this way, and I think I have to explain this to most of our customers out there and potential customers as well. Every manufacturer out there who develops arranger keyboards does so for a particular market in mind, right? For us at Ketron, our target is the actual live musician. So if you notice, most of the strength of our arranger keyboards are for those of you who are actually used to playing in a live band. Now, it is true that in today's world, electronics has pretty much forced musicians to take a course in electronics just to try to work out some of the instruments that they have. With Ketron, we try to keep it real, right? And that's why, again, the focus is on the, like a normal five-piece band, drum, bass, guitar, percussion, and vocalist. So music, which is produced in that way, in other words, music such as your big band, your pops, no, not the pops, your ballads, your country music, which was produced in using a live band, that's where the Ketron strength is going to come into. Which also means that it suffers on the other side of it, which is electronic music, right? Which is all the computerized stuff. Now, with the event, that's history. Because now with the event, it's open, right? It all depends on how much creativity you want to do in. So in this case, I'm going to play a style here. It's going to be an EDM style. Okay, one of the new styles we were working on. And because the keyboard is open, because you can now bring in audio elements into the style, it means that you can bring in your VST sounds into the event to create your own styles, which means that Ketron doesn't have to really produce those particular quote-unquote voices, because you can actually bring in your own voices. You can bring in your own samples and use them to create that particular style. So let's listen to this for just to give you an idea of what an EDM style will sound like. And I'm going to be messing around here with my voice one and my voice two, just to show you guys what this machine can do. Okay, so let's see. Let's see. You're currently go. Oh, here we go. All right. We're trying to figure out what happened there on the Zoom. So if you notice there, I was doing a couple of things. So the style has a couple of elements, and I'm going to break it down to that. Okay. So before I do that, if you look at the top right-hand corner here on the event, again, this is how you know you have an event, right? You actually have an effects processor at your fingertips. So why am I bringing this up now? Because for EDM kind of styles, right, this is where the strength of the effects, the built-in effects works. You know, being able to produce like arpeggio effects or delays or wah-wahs in real time. So I can simply turn on the button, turn on the effect, all right, and I can adjust. Wow, how much do I want to, of effect? Modulation. Or the music of the guitar. I can actually have an overload or with the distortion in there. Now, on the event, just like we did on the SD9, any of these buttons that has a dot next to it, okay? I don't know if I can zoom in if you guys can see it. For example, you see that button over there? The delay has a dot next to it. It means that if you press and hold that for 2 seconds, it will take you to another screen, all right? So for an example, in this case, when I press and hold the delay for 2 seconds, it takes me into this screen right here where I can see the delay. All right, let's see here. Something went funny with my Zoom. What happened? What happened? Something happened. Somebody has, let's see. No, I want to get out of here. I'm trying to, you guys can still see my screen. For some reason, I'm seeing let's see, I know what it is. Somebody is trying to multiple participants. No, I don't want to have to do, yeah, sorry about that. People, you know, again, this is Zoom, so people are getting in and trying to do other stuff. I have to block some of these things as we go ahead. So I'm going to disarm or disable screen sharing for now, okay? And then I'll open that up again when it comes time for us to ask questions. So I was talking about the effects processing on here, okay? And we can go again. I'm just trying to make this not to make it too lengthy of a presentation. I'm just going through minor highlights. Oh boy, it happened again. Let's see. All right, I see somebody, Ryan, trying to share. Please don't, yeah, we're not sharing any screen at this point. If that happens again, I'll have to probably take you out of the Zoom. Please, let's respect the space of others. A lot of people have waited and looked forward to this presentation. Let's respect their time and their expense. People are spending a lot of money to get these products, and I think it's only respectable for us to respect their space. So please, Mr. Ryan, don't interfere with the screen sharing. I don't want to have to deactivate it, but I might have to if we keep on seeing the blank screen again. There will be a time, like I said, when I'll open it up and have people, you know, chime in and give their various points towards the presentation. So back to that. Sorry, I apologize for that, guys. So in this case, when I press the delay and hold it for 2, I also want to explain how it's easy to use this keyboard. You press and hold that for 2 seconds, it gives you a screen, and you can choose, right? For an example, if I zoom in on that screen right now, I can select which delay I want and even customize my own user delay and save that within the keyboard, okay? And that is true for all of these buttons that have a dot or a point next to them. It means that the button has an additional function within the instrument itself. Now, let's traverse down to the style, the strength of this machine, you know. And I'm going to go in here, and I have a couple of registrations that I did already just to save time. And this is why, in my opinion, this is also a songwriter's dream come true. And I titled this particular one Songwriting, okay? Oh, here we go again. All right, let me get this person out of here who is trying to share this. Somebody is doing a screen share here, which is not correct. Let me just take care of this. Sorry, guys. I need to get this person out. Jack Haynes to everyone. Let's see, where's Jack Haynes? Yeah, we have to take Mr. Jack Haynes out. I have to clean this up, sorry. Because there are people here who are using foul language and we can't accept that. Sorry guys, on YouTube and Facebook, I need to take out certain people who are interrupting the presentation. All right, let's see. If anybody, I don't know, I might have to make somebody else, who can volunteer. I can make the person a co-host and the person can, monitor the Zoom activity and make sure that they unmute some of this stuff. Let's see, Daniel, anybody want to be a co-host? So we can take out some of these people who are here to disrupt. Let's see here. Go ahead and unmute yourself so I can know who you are, because it's hard for me to monitor everything at the same time. And you must be on video. So who's on video right now who can help to, I want to make the person a co-host, and you must be on video and you can be able to, all right, Frank, thank you, Frank. Go ahead, good, that's good. All right, Frank, I'm going to make you co-host, okay? You can unmute yourself as well too. I can hear you, yeah, I can hear you, yes. Okay. Thank you, so yeah, I make co-host. All right, I'm going to make you co-host, and yes, I want to make Frank. There you go. Thank you, man. I didn't see you in there. Happy New Year's. Happy New Year. All right, yeah, so some of those guys who are either trying to share screen or do that kind of stuff, like this guy, yeah, just take them out and, give them a warning if they don't adhere to it. Any foul language, please take them out. It's supposed to be, we got some people watching this with your kids, for crying out loud, so gotcha. All right, thank you so much. Okay. Yeah. Well, as a matter of fact, let me take a little pause now. Let me I'm gonna, since we're talking, I'm just gonna, you guys can go ahead and let's those who have any brief questions so far. I'm about to get into the main part with the styles and how you can use morphing, modeling, using elements of audio into the styles. But I figured that, with this stuff, now that we're talking, I might as well just roll with the flow, right? So I know, let me see, are there any hands that were there? Let me see if I remove myself from the spotlight. Some hands of folks that had questions. Let's see. Mike Laurent, all right, unmute yourself. Yes, sir.
Hi, AJ.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine. I'm amazed at this idiot that keeps posting this stuff. It's awful. Anyways, how do you set up these multiple voices all at the same time? And can you have like a bank of those that you can call up at any time?
Yes. So pretty much these voices, so Ketron, when you first get the keyboard, you have what they call preset voices, right? So these are your, I can go, for example, voice 1, and I'm going to go, let's do this. I'll have to load this again later on, but let me go into voice 1. I want to go into the piano category, right? And I want to go into, let's say, upright piano. So when I go into this particular category, this particular sound called upright, AI, is this AIG? This person right here needs to be taken out. Foul language, there we go. So that was a. I just took him out right now. So Frank is also working behind the scenes on those guys. Yeah, so he's out, and
That's perfect. I actually do have a question myself.
Yep. Let me finish with Mike first, okay?
All right.
Yes. So Mike, the voices are. Let me go back in and zoom in now that we got Frank helping me out there. We're gonna go here and spotlight. Yeah, that guy who's trying to share, take him out as well. He's done it too many times. That's the thing with Zoom. Let's see, spotlight. You guys can see me now, right? No, it's not. I know. So when you get the keyboard, why am I looking at myself here? Here we go. So when you get the keyboard, right, Mike, you got these voices like piano, like you have. I believe you had the audio, right? So go back to the audio way of thinking. Okay, you pick a voice, for example, this suitcase voice, right? This is what the factory has given to you as a voice. Let me see here. Let me take that voice number 2. I want to take out this voice. I don't want to hear this other voice on here. There we go. That was my voice tool, my arpeggios. That's the sweet one. So I got this voice here, suitcase, right? Now I say, okay, I want to make this my own voice, right? So pretty much you go in and you touch the voice. It's where is it? There's a suitcase voice right here. I'm going to touch it. You can see the screen, right? I'm going to touch and hold for 2 seconds. This is what this voice is made of by Ketron, right? I can now customize it. I can say, okay, you know what? I want the first voice, yeah, I want it to be suitcase. But guess what? The second voice, I'm going to touch and hold that. I want that to be an accordion voice, the Balkan accordion. I don't know why, but I'm just giving that as an example, right? Okay, so now I got a new voice. And the third voice, I want it to be like, let's say strings. I want it to be this, let's just say, right? Okay, so I got some crazy voice in there. Now, guess what I want to do? All I have to do right now is hit save. And it's going to ask me to save it into that category as a piano, or I can save it into an empty location, or I can save it into a user location, right? So guess what? When I come back now and I do that for so many voices, where do you find them? They're all going to be inside your user voice location. So if I go to user voice over here, all my voices that I edited right there, right now I didn't do anything, but if I had saved that voice, it'll go here. I can then categorize that. So I can have all my voices which start off as a factory voice, but once you edit it, you can never replace the factory voice. So when you edit and do all that stuff, it goes into a user voice location. That's where you find them to play. And guess what the strength of the machine is? You can then use that now with your registrations. So whenever you call a registration, it will call that user voice, which is made up of Mike Lorenz's selection.
Okay.
You see, it's real quick. So the thing is, you know, when you're at home is when you do all the setting up. When you're on the stage, all you do is press user voice, and all your stuff is right here. I can either call it in instantly, or I can use registrations to call up those user voices.
And those registrations can be made up of anything.
Anything. We have now expanded the registration. You can now have styles, voices, text files, PDF files, videos. Yeah. When you call up a registration, it loads all that. And if you use a performance, it's even better, because with the performance at my fingertip, they're now in the form of pads, right? So who's that? You guys can see my screen, or do you right now? What do you guys see?
Who is this guy? I can't. There you go.
Okay, good. Thank you, Frank. So if you see my screen right now, right, with the performance in this first location right here, and this is going to blow your mind away, Mike. So for example, in this location, in the performance, I can have a style here. I can have a voice here. I can have an MP3 here. I can have a video here. So all my performances, when I load a performance, at my fingertip, it gives me everything I need for that particular song, right? Ready to go. Just hit and go, hit and go, hit and go. When I'm done with that, I load the next performance. And guess what? I can have different sets. So I can have, in set number 1, I have 3, 6, 9, 12, 18 different things I can associate with that performance. And set number 2, I have 18 additional things, which can be made up of videos, audio files, MP3, wave, chipmunks, styles, and registrations.
That's great.
Okay, it's about the ease of use. Like I said, the focus on this time is about ease of use. If you notice, the event, and I probably shouldn't be saying this, but I will anyway. Most of the research and development that went onto the event, a lot of it, I would say 80% of it went into mostly the technology and the content material. Because it's hard for any company to make a plethora of styles and voices and satisfy every part of the world. You have people that are going to buy the event who are, like, let's say in Lebanon, right? If we do all this stuff and put in all this disco stuff, to them it doesn't mean anything. You know, they have their own voices, they have their own scales, but what we do is we give them the tool to be able to put in that particular content. Okay? All right. No, thank you. Thank you. Who was next? The other guy who was going to help us out here. Sorry, I didn't get your name. That voice. Yeah, you. That's probably you. Yep.
Yes. Hi, my name is JJ. I just wanted to pop into this meeting real quick just to say that I'm learning to become a composer because I'm going to be working with some people to work on like a television. Want me to make some really good music, and I just wanted to like get some training to like figure out how all of this works.
Okay. So it's good for you to sit in, and I'll give you more ideas as to how to do this. But to train you onto how to use the arranger, I think I'm going to do that in another video, because it's going to take everyone back, right? But for you, you're probably a guy coming out of it. And by the way, I like your hat. you're probably coming out of the background of, let's say, like a workstation guy. Like, you know, you're used to doing your stuff, you know, from scratch, right? Now, on the event, we do have some sort of a sampler capability, which allows you to be able to load that and do your own stuff from scratch too. But an arranger keyboard, the strength of an arranger keyboard, right, is in being able to perform live on a stage, right? So you can use it in the studio as well too. And because of that content, because when you buy a machine like this, you look at about $5,000. What are you really paying for? You're paying for ease of use in terms of the studio use. So to answer your question, let me give you an example. And I was heading out there. Let's say I want to write a song, like I want to do like a jingle, right? If you were to use a Yamaha motif or a Roland or Korg equivalent, right? The time it will take you to create and to do a jingle will probably be, if you want to do something decent, maybe 2 hours plus, right? The beauty of the arranger keyboard is that within arranger keyboard, you can lay down your predominant tracks, or you can have like a sketch pad and start from there, right? Because guess what? Like in the case of the event, you have a live drummer who's playing for you already. You have a live bass player who's already in the machine. You got live saxophone, live trumpets, and you control them by having to do your chord changes, right? So let me ask you this question. If I were to ask you that, okay, if you have a motif, and again, I'm not trying to say what keyboard is better or worse. It all depends on your objective, right? So this is a case, for example, where from my perspective, it's a lot easier to create a jingle or to create something on a keyboard of this nature. So listen to this. I go in there and I pick a style, so like a songwriter style, right? And I'm going to go in there and just play a couple of chords. Again, you have to have an idea of what you're trying to do, right? What I'm doing right here, right now, is this machine playing live, and I can see people nodding their heads already. Okay. So this is now. I'm going to go down to this right I just did here. Okay. I just played an A minor chord. Just to do this alone on a workstation keyboard will take a lot of time to get just to this point, right? Now, forget the workstation keyboard. In this case, it even goes past that, because for you to create this, all right, this level of authenticity, you would have to have a guitar player come to the studio. You'd have to have a bass player come to the studio. You'd have to have a drummer come to the studio to create just what I just did right now with my left hand in a chord, okay? By the time you've done that and paid for the development of that song, you've probably paid about the cost of getting this keyboard. And getting this keyboard allows you to be able to create your own stuff at home and then maybe take it to the studio just for final touches. So to give you an idea, to answer your question, and then I'm going to go to the next person. I can hear right there, play a chord like that. That's another chord right there again. That's another chord right there. See what I'm doing? I'm just playing chords and the machine is following me. But it's not just a machine that's following me. I got a bass player, I got a guitar player, I got sax and horns. So and let me just jump here real quick, just again. Uh-oh. Okay.
There you go.
All right. Sorry. I saw the thing on the thing. Yeah, this is where the multi-management comes into place, because everybody's muted. So to answer that question from the other guy who had asked about Jay, I think is his name. Yeah, Jay. So if you notice, all right, yeah. So when you finish, just to have this, and some of the guys can chip in later on, but you'd have to go to a studio to get this kind of production I just did right now. Now watch this, okay? If I want to produce something from your point of view. Exactly. It does sound so good. Now watch this. Again, I'm talking now to those of you who are producers and people that want to create music. This is what we're just going to sidetrack a little bit, but I think this is the best time to answer that question. I can record this as a WAV file instantly in real time, all right? So what am I going to do? On the top left-hand corner here, I have a record button, all right? What I just played, you liked it, and you're like, oh my gosh, I love this. I'm going to hit the record button, boom. It's asking me, do you want to record it as a MIDI file or you want to record it as an audio? I want to record this as an audio. Yes, I'm going to mute everybody and then, okay, yeah. All right, so I'm gonna mute, answer the question, and then I'm gonna allow people to unmute. Okay, I think we have to just do that manually, unfortunately, guys. Sorry about that. So right now we just froze it in. Okay, so if to record, I like what I just heard. I'm trying to record this, right? So if you look at this screen, I can actually record this as an audio file or as a stereo file. All right. And I can say, okay, I want to record this stuff in real time. I want to adjust my level. So I can test it right now. If you see the view meters, it kind of gives you an idea of where the recording is. I can adjust that. Let's see again. Wait, who can see? The screen is white again. I'm trying to see who this. Okay, good. We're back there. Okay, good. So on the audio, all right, it tells you, you can see right there, there's a view meter right there on the middle of your screen. Oh, sorry, right there. And you just test the machine. You play it out for a couple of times. Like, okay, you know what? I like the way it is. It's just barely peaking in the red. Now I want to record. I'm going to hit the record button. I'm going to record this with an introduction. Here we go. That's a minor chord. So the introduction, the music, the keyboard gives an idea, all right? Something to play with. 2, 3, 4. And I hit record again, and it stops the recording, right? So I'm going to take you to my screen. Watch what, again, I want to prove a point here as how easy it is to use the event to create your own original stuff, for an example, or to create something like a jingle. If I touch play on the screen, I can then play back that recording, right? Just to share the screen so you see I'm not playing anything, so my fingers are right here. I'm not playing the game. That's the recording you just did right now in under 2 minutes. So I like the recording. I like what I heard. I'm just going to press the save button right here. I'm going to press save right there. I press save and it says save audio recording as that. Yes, I'm going to say yes. And I'm going to give this a name. All right, we're going to call this, let's see, the guy who asked the question. I can't remember whose name. Let's just call it JJ, right? I'm just going to call this JJ. Okay, and hit enter. So now it says wait, it has stored that song onto the drive, onto the internal solid state drive. So I can take a USB jack, plug into the keyboard, or hook this keyboard up to my computer and take that file out of there. But let's say I'm in the machine itself. I want to play the machine. I want to play that song back. I'm just going to go back here to my player. On the left-hand side, you see it says player 1 and player 2. I'm going to hit player 1, and I'm going to see the file right there, which is JJ Wave. All right? Touch that, and it should start playing. Again, my hands are right here, guys. I'm not playing. Right? I'm not on my TV either. So this is what was recorded. Okay? So this is again to answer the question. I just played this in front of you, right? Now, let me show you something that you probably not seen anywhere else the event. And again, that's why I said I wanted, sometimes when people ask questions, it goes somewhere in your memory and it jolts your memory, and then you talk, you show something that you were not necessarily planning to show. Watch this, okay? I just came from playing this particular song, or particular track. I'm trying to build my own song. Well, guess what? I can use that particular recording and make another recording of this, right? That's crazy, right? So what am I gonna do? I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna press the record button. I'm trying to get this in view so you can see exactly. Let me move the keyboard a little bit this way. Is that better now? You can see, there we go, okay. So I hit the record button, right? I want to record an audio file. But I want to use the first file I just came from recording. Now watch this carefully. I'm going to hit record. I'm going to go back to my player. I'm going to touch this file. This file is playing, so the machine is playing and recording at the same time. I'm going to go to my voice. I'm going to pick my second voice. I'm going to record on top of this file. Watch this. So guess what's going to happen, right? If I hit play right now, the first song that I played is going to play together with the new recording. Listen to this. And this is the power of the event. So guess what? I'm now going to go ahead and press the save button, and I'm going to save this, yes, but I'm going to call this one JJ number 2, because it's going to be made up of the first song I did, which was the first JJ, and the additional stuff. So if you were to go to the studio, and again, I'll get off that question, but if you were to go to the studio, JJ, how much time would it have taken you to have accomplished this? So this is what you will probably want to be trained on in terms of being able to use an arranger in a professional setting as a studio to create your own content. If I go to the player one right now, I have JJ and number 2. It's a WAV file. Okay, I can put this on the stick and send it out to you. As a matter of fact, what I'll do is after this show, I will put this online so you guys can have it on Facebook, YouTube, and have just as our first demonstration. But anybody is going to be free, But again, it's the quality of the sound, right? It's the sound quality and the ease of operation is what you're paying for when you get a Ketron event. All right. If I had right now, if I just touch this file, JJ number 2, as you can see, it starts to play that song instantly. And it's going to play both of the files, the number 1 and the number 2. And I can repeat this again and record something else again, like a trumpet or a sax, whatever it is, or even a microphone with a voice. This is the strength of the event. Being able to play and record at the same time. So I hope I've answered your question, JJ. I hope I've answered your question. I can see a hand up, Mr. Pat Android. I think it's Pat Android. If you have a question, go ahead and unmute yourself. Mr. Pat Android, you can unmute yourself and ask your question.
Hi, AJ, how are you doing? And good evening to you. First of all, thank you for the fabulous presentation as always. Fantastic. I'm just curious about the audio, the actual audio recordings.
Yes, go ahead. Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
And it's just when you were recording the audio, and it's fabulous that you can actually record multiple audio tracks. Do you have an opportunity to mix those before you save them? Can you actually mix the file, or can you actually say edit the balance on the file?
What do you mean by audio? You mean with the style?
It's this mess on the side edge here, and it's just incredibly annoying. And what I'm asking you is, when you actually recorded your multiple tracks in the audio section that you just did,
Correct.
can you actually mix those styles in so far as we say mixing them as you would in a studio mix?
Right. Well, because it's a stereo file, right? You have to do the mix before. Yes, before. So let me show you. Let's go to the style part and show you that. Okay. So in this particular example, all right, let me go ahead and mute you. But so it's kind of it's a slightly reverse way of thinking, right? So you're probably what you're going to do is you're going to let me see. You're going to mix and do all your balancing, because once you record it as an audio file, it's done. Once you do the recording, the only thing you can do at that point after that is going to be mastering, right? If you go to master, maybe some EQ. All right, let me go ahead and mute all again and disable. No. All right, I'm going to answer that question. Yeah, here we go. So because these are audio elements, right? And you're recording into a stereo file. You're not recording into a surround or 5.1 surround. We'll talk about that later too. You're recording into a stereo file. So what happens is you would have to do the balancing and the mixing prior to that. Now, however, once you have the stereo file, you can take it to the studio and you can now do a mastering and you can do some equalization, minor stuff. But how would you balance the stuff here before you take it out, right? So let me go back to that demonstration that we just did, that particular style. So if I have my style right here, okay, and this is where it gets a little bit crazy while I'm answering this question. So on the switch the camera here real quick. On the audio, right? On the event, the strength of this machine is being able to have audio styles, right? But at the reason why a lot of people stay away from audio was because of the fact that it was difficult to manage audio. Once you're done, and that's why that's the whole reason why MIDI was created in the first place, to give you much more control and flexibility. On the event, you have the both worlds. You have audio and you have the MIDI. Now, let's take this style. Let's break it down. What exactly is the composition of this style? And that will take me into my songwriting parts. So here we go. This first part in Arranger A, okay? What is the style made up of? If I go into where it says View and Modeling, this is where the magic happens. So right now, if you look at the screen, okay, this is where I'm doing all my mixing and everything else. You see right now I'm on the drum section. It's in red. Okay, so this style is made up of a real drum, an audio drum right here, which is called Beat 73 underscore A FX. And what does the FX mean? So they're double, the drums because again of the limit with audio, we recorded the drums with effects and we also recorded the drums without effects. So when you see an FX at the end, it means that this particular drum style was recorded in a room with about 18 microphones positioned very strategically so that you can capture the ambience of the drum, but also capture the room ambience as well. So you see effects on there, because once you record an audio file with effects, you can't take out the effects, right? It's not like MIDI where you can go in and say, I can take a kick drum and I can add this and that and that and that onto. So that's what I'm just trying to explain what the terminology is here. This style also has, on the second row, you see it says drum set. So there's certain parts of the style where we're using MIDI parts, like maybe percussion and congas, and bringing them in as well to play alongside with the audio drum, all right? And the third line is there, says loop of a groove. These are audio files which are triggered by MIDI. So it's an audio file which is sliced and it's triggered by MIDI, Those are the three kind of drums that Ketron uses to make it sound the way it does. On the right side where it says drum kit standard, of course, that's a kit that's being used by the drum number 2, which is a standard drum set over there. Now, these are all the parameters that affect the drum. If I touch setting, okay, I can go into the more detail to actually customize that audio drum. You see where it says tempo range, 60 to 250. Well, because you're dealing with time stretching of an audio file, right? There comes a certain time when if you go too fast or you go too slow, the audio begins to disintegrate, okay? So when we record the audio, we actually put a limit so that when you're playing live, you don't mistakenly go above or below that limit. And you determine that yourself, right? So for every audio drum, you can normally go about 30% above and 30% below the actual original BPM of the recording. And so that's why that feature is there, okay? So again, this is also to answer Mr. Pat's question, but I'm also going ahead as to show you some of the strength of the arranger too. You see also, for example, it gives you for the real drum EQ. So I can actually, inside the live audio drum, I can have an EQ to actually EQ that audio file. Now, folks, remember, and this is a little trick, right? So it's the machine, when you record a wave file, in this case, it's a drum. But nothing prevents you from putting a drum with a vocalist or something, because it's reading it as a WAV file, right? It's just that it doesn't change keys in this particular case. It's just going to be fixed. Okay, so just wanted to explain that. So here you can actually have an EQ where you can actually go in and I can touch, let's say, the high. If I play the drum right now, listen to that. I can boost up the high end. Okay, and I'm doing this in real time. This is just the live audio drum. Or I can boost the kick, the low end. Okay. So to some extent, right, I can mess around and play with that audio. I can, if I increase the EQ on the low end, what instrument on the drums is found mostly at the low end? It's your kick and like your floor tom. So if I want to boost those guys, I would EQ and bring up the low end because it's going to boost whatever instruments fall within that particular frequency, right? If I want to boost the hi-hat, what would I do? Hi-hat is found where? It's going to be on the higher frequencies, right? So if I'm doing this and I increase the level of dB on the high end, I get more of that hi-hat. Okay, let me go to the drum set variation number D, where everything is playing together. Okay, you see that? Even the cymbals, I can see. So to some extent, I'm not saying that this does not replace a mixer. No, it does not. Because with the mixer, you can actually mix individual instruments as you would do in the studio. But to answer the gentleman's question, when you do this stuff right the first time up front, you end up with an ultimate grade mix, which in that case, if you go to the studio, you just have to do minimal adjustments at that particular point in time. So that was the strength of the drums. Now let's get into the bass, where it gets a little bit interesting. If you notice here, and this is again why I wanted us to do a presentation, the event, it takes some time to switch, has the capability of being able to play an audio bass, which is a real bass, and a MIDI bass as well. Well, I shouldn't say and, or, okay? So in this example, right, I can toggle back and forth between, and I think I have a demonstration here where I actually show that, where I can go back and forth to show you guys the different bass, the bass part in my creativity. But the idea is I can either play a live bass, which is an audio bass right here, or I can play a MIDI bass, okay? Now, the good thing about Ketron is that in general, most of their live sounds are fat. So like even the samples that are used to perform the bass, you know, we actually use live samples in those basses. So you're gonna notice that when it comes to like the attack and the actual bass instrument itself, there's a very, very slight difference between the MIDI and the live bass. Where the live bass excels, right, is in the part in between, like your slides and your slaps. These are very close to impossible. They can be done by some. I know that, for example, you know, Easy Drummer kind of comes close, you know, being able to like chop samples and use different parts, but nothing replaces a live player. I think we all know that as musicians. When you have a bass player sitting behind there and playing, so, you know, it makes you want to move. And in the next piece, I'm going to show you how that actually happens with the live bass, okay? Then you got the chords, and this is where it gets very interesting. On the left-hand side of the screen, you can see that you still have your MIDI chords, right? Your real mark piano ensembler. I can adjust those volumes, you know, as the style is playing. So for example, like I did right now, if I went to arranger A, if I want to hear more of that piano, I'm just going to touch the piano volume and I'm going to increase it, right? But where is the strength of this machine? Where does the event now put everybody else in the dust, quote unquote? It's going to be right here in the right-hand side where it says real chords and it says live guitar. That is where things have now changed, which means that in some styles, I don't need chord 1, chord 2, I don't need chord 1, chord 2, chord 3, chord 4, and chord 5, because all of these could have been recorded by musicians in the studio, okay, and compressed or mixed into a WAV file, which is now what we call real chord. So a real chord doesn't have to be a single instrument. It could be violins, strings, and bass all in the studio. But this is where the catch is. These chords were recorded in all the different tonalities. So that is why on the machine, if I play a C chord, for example, I'm going to get the real chord, whatever it is in there in the real chord, is going to play that chord. If I do an A minor, all those instruments, again, it's a wave that I'm actually controlling. And that is why it sounds so good, okay? So in this case, I can actually see what my style is made up of, and I can mix my stuff in real time. So right now, if I want to get more real chord, I simply touch the real chord volume. I can increase that. Listen to this. Now, I want to increase the MIDI chord, the chord number 5. I go to chord number 5, which is the warm. Listen to this. You hear that warm sound, that warm string sound, right? Let me go now to another variation. Let's go to variation C. Real chord. I want to increase the volume. I'm playing at the same time. Let me show you what I'm doing here so you can see exactly what I'm doing here. This is also, some arrangers have an issue with it, like being able to change and tweak things in real time as you're playing. So you don't have to stop the machine and go into some editor somewhere and change something and try it out and then come back. No, this is me preparing for a gig. Or a recording, whatever it is. I'm playing the machine, and in real time, I'm actually doing my adjustments. Take a look at me now. I don't know how to sing a song, but here we go. Anyway, that's the idea, right? So once you do all this mixing and you are sure you like the result of what you're hearing, guess what? You just simply press save, and you want to save a user style. You're going to hit save as. You're going to give it a name, all right? In this case, you're going to call it Songwriter 2 or whatever it is. Type out the name in there and hit save. Now you've saved your style. You're done, right? So you now have your user style, and you can now use your style, go into the recording, hit the record button, play along with the stuff, and do all what we did before. I don't know if that answers your question now. So that right now you're already at close to perfection. So guess what? In some cases, especially if you're just doing like a small jingle or something, you don't even need to go into what do you call it, further editing, because you've done your homework already ahead of time, right? So you could choose to do that before, or you can do it after. The whole idea of being able to have multiple tracks, right? Being able to have, multiple tracks in real time, right, is still valid. I mean, don't get me wrong. This does not replace the old-fashioned way of doing it. You know, going to the studio and being able to use individual tracks, and that you do have some degree of customization. But like I said before, especially when it comes to an arranger keyboard, it's like a sketch pad. It's not your final piece. It gives you, if I wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning, at 4 a.m., and I have a musical idea, and I sit on this event, by 4:30, I'm done. Because most artists and most musicians they get inspired at crazy moments. People walking down the stream, people swimming in water, So when you are inspired in a weird time, before you sit back and go to the studio and try to figure out, and also most of you know this, when you go to the studio, you come in there with an idea, and you have this perfect idea that you want to do, and you leave out of there mad and pissed off and upset, because sometimes the studio engineers are trying not to do what you want them to do. They want to do a shortcut, they want to take out some pieces, and you leave out of there, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this. Yes, it may sound horrible. I want this in there. And the engineer says, nah, we'll take it out, we'll do this. And you are at the mercy of somebody else. And so what happens is your creativity is limited. On the event, I can do whatever I want, and the world will accept it because it's my stuff, right? So that's something that you also want to take into consideration. So that was a lengthy response, but because it touched into the lifestyle element, I wanted to make sure that I also put it on there. So I hope I answered your question, Pat. I did. Okay, good. Thumbs up. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, I'll take one more question, and then I'll go into the other part, because the questions are actually leading into the whole idea of the arrangement in there. I see that Mark has his hand up. Mark, you're next. Sorry, I can't. The screen is so far, so I can't really see the names. But if I don't pronounce your name correctly, it's not intentional. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Sure. Thanks first of all for this wonderful presentation. So my question is about
That's okay. Yay. Your English is better than my. If I try to speak your native language, it will be a different story.
So anyway, it's probably the first time I see the eight variations in style. So it's kind of groundbreaking change for me, as I stated. So could you please explain a bit more? Are there any restrictions imposed to variation A versus the variation A tag or
A variation.
imposed,
Yes.
Maybe you can show what, or they are completely independent, So if you could explain, it would be great. And AJ, one small technical note, when the instrument plays and you start talking simultaneously, they barely can hear you. Okay, so it just plays too loud, so we just can't hear you. Okay.
Okay. Let me see. Maybe I can boost up the volume a little bit without clipping. Just give me 1 second. Let me do a wireless transition here. Just give me 1 second, okay? And that's why I'm glad that we had this little pause, because sometimes things are happening and I'm not aware of it. All right, I'm going to go here and try and boost the volume. I just want to make sure that it doesn't clip. Is that better now? Is it loud enough now? Is that better? Can someone take out that Henning Nelson? Take that guy out, please. This is going to be taken down and remove altogether. Remove. Offensive. Okay, submit. All right, I just. Yeah, like I said, it was, this is our first, I guess, the first Zoom presentation, but we've definitely learned from this. I'm going to talk to some of the dealers, especially here in the United States, who are going to, accompany me on doing that now. So the voice, it should be better now. I think I'm getting close to peak without peaking. Mark, right? You can hear it? And then also what I can do is, if I'm speaking and playing at the same time, I can actually lower the volume of the keyboard like this. You can hear me? That's better now, right? Okay, beautiful. Okay, much better. Okay, so see, that's why I said we all need each other. We all learn off of each other. Okay, so the variation, yes. So when I try to explain this, I also try to go back to our older modules too, right? Especially with the SD9, because a lot of people are asking the question, well, what does the event have that we don't have on the SD9? On the SD9, we did have 8 variations in some of the styles, but the means to get to them was a little bit different, right? So let me see, rename, remove, and sometimes these guys report this to Zoom as well. Remove that person. Okay, I have to remove it. Okay, let me go to mute all and then go back here again since we're answering the question. All right, so you can't do that anymore. Again, sorry guys, sorry about that. This is the people that are getting in here to just disrupt us for whatever reason. Okay. So if we do this now, if we go now to answer this question, if I go to the variation A, let me see, I have to go back and do a spotlight here. Okay, there we go. All right. So in variation A, let me pick a style where this is actually shown off a little bit more. Let me go into something. I'm going to go into my style. Let's go into a pop style, break pop. Okay, if you notice that style, see break pop, look at the top of the screen, there's no V there, right? So if you look at the screen here, on the top, that top box where it says pop and break pop, in that section, there should have been a V that would tell you it has 8 variations, right? So I'm going to pick another one. I'm going to pick cover. Okay, you see that there's a V there, right? You see that V? Okay, beautiful. So this style has 8 variations, right? Now let's get back in here so you can see what I'm talking about. So now because there's a V there, it tells you I have 8 variations. How do you get to the variations? On the SD9, if you have that variation thing, let's see, I have to remove somebody again. Remove, report to Zoom, file language, offensive. Okay. So if you have, for an example, you have variation A, all right? Let me just go ahead and play the variation A. That's variation A, okay? Sorry, arranger. I'm going to call it arranger so you don't get confused. Arranger A, arranger B, arranger C, arranger D, okay? In arranger A, if I press this button, you hear the difference? This is the variation of arranger A that's playing right now, okay? So, that's the one. So this is the variation that's playing. Sorry, I have to get that guy out of there. Of variation A. If I turn off the variation, I'm back to normal A. Alright? Let's go to arranger B. That's arranger B. Okay? You hear the bass doing its thing. If I turn on the variation, the bass has changed and the drum has changed. You hear the drum, there's a little bit of like a shakery on the drum, right? That's the variation of arranger B. Okay? I turn off, I go to arranger C. This is the normal arranger C. Okay? Now you want to hear the variation of arranger C right here. So in this case, it's more percussion. It's more of the shakery. Okay? Let's go to arranger D. Arranger D has a ride. Okay? The wah guitar is playing. Now let's go to the variation of arranger D. Now, sometimes the difference comes towards the end of the measure. In this case, look at the style. You see the bass is changing, right? You see what's happening? Like a little bit of a feel. So the drummer is doing some things. Yeah, this is what this guy does, the variation. So it makes it so that it doesn't sound like a style. One of the most boring things about it, see that? I didn't touch anything. So it's going off by itself. So one of the most boring things about an arranger is that when it's repetitive, right? It's almost like you could tell it's a loop that's playing the same thing here and it's playing here and playing here and playing there. Well, with Ketron, we've done two things. The loops are longer, so it's 8 bars. Some of them are even 16. I think the longest one here is 32 bars. 32 bars in a variation, in an arrangement. So arranger A, 32 bar. Arranger B, which allows us to be able to do a lot of things within the measure. Now, remember, you can also do a variation of that. So that's inside the 32 bar, I can do some variants, right? So as I'm performing the music, and this is to answer Mark's question, I can just tap onto any of those variations in real time. And guess what? It always sounds different. Because when you're playing the style back, you're going to be calling those variations at different parts of your song. So it's not repetitive. Imagine you have sliding bass notes, you have tambourines, you have drums, you have guitars, you have all those things make the style to breathe and to be like a MIDI file, but still with the controllability of a style. Does that make sense? So that's how you have 8. Now, to go back to SD9, on the SD9, how do you achieve this? We don't have that button. So those of you who have an SD9, when you press arranger D, and there's another way you can tell, right? So if you look at the style, look at the top left-hand corner. How do you know that the style has a variation? I'm showing myself here. So if you look at the top left-hand corner of the screen, that red part where it says cover, right? You see where it says A-1? That -1 tells you that there's an A-1. If you hit variation, it's going to be A-2. That's the second A, right? The first A, the second A. On the SD9, how do you achieve that? If you are when you see a style that has A-1 or A-2, when you press A, it gives you the first one, A-1. If you press A again and hold it down, it will change into A-2. So the SD9 does have styles, and this was where we actually began that. The SD9 does have styles that have 8 variation parts, but there's just not too many of them. And the variation was subtle. It was just mostly in the percussion, percussion and drum parts. On the event, the variation is in all the tracks. The variation can be in the drum, the bass, the guitar, or all the above, okay? So it has been expanded. I don't know if that answers your question. Yes. So really, and again, I think that one of the things that we don't do well at Ketron, and I want, again, we're all about being honest and being truthful, is we don't we don't blow our own trumpet, right? We don't market ourselves. We don't talk about it because this is a big, just by talking to you right now, I have the sense of the fact that, this is a hidden thing. It's like, this is a big deal. You would think that, like other manufacturers, we should be blowing it up there. Wow, 8 variations. But we're just humble, that's all. All right, let me see. Daniel Bordeaux. Daniel Bordeaux, I think I see your hand up as well. let me allow you to unmute or allow, unfortunately, just, yeah, there we go. Daniel Bordeaux, you can unmute now. We can't hear you. Daniel Bordeaux, I can't hear you.
Yes, now I guess you're hearing me.
Now I can hear you. I can see you very bright too.
But good evening from Romania, and congratulations for the courage to present this produce on such a short notice. I'm sure everybody here is eager to learn a lot about the new event. As you probably remember, I'm a long time user of Ketron equipment. Right now I use an Nokia, and I had a MIDI Pro by the time which I sold 1 year ago. My question was related to this kind of chord, real chord, or that you want to you feel it for, as you showed before. I forgot the name, which was very noticeable. Not the chord 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but the other.
You mean the variation?
Variation. When you showed inside the style, you said they have this kind of pre-recorded arrangement on single track.
Yes. Do you? I think I already responded to that in the first question, but do you want me to go over it again?
No. I just wanted to ask you regarding of that, which is a very good thing. Living in Romania, I am required to play a lot of technical songs. This kind of song requires technical arrangements, which is really difficult to create because first you have to create the sampler, and then to record the file and all this. My question was, would it be possible in the future so we gain access so we can upload our own arrangements, pre-recorded, like WAV files?
Yes.
So I go to the studio with some musicians, so I play them, and I master it, and I just create these small waves in all the tonalities, and then just put it in the keyboard so the keyboard can play for me the way it plays the material which is already on the keyboard on the dial.
Correct. So yes, you do have you do have the capability to be able to produce. Let's see, Spotlight, to produce your own audio again, and that's the big thing that also differentiates this from the other previous keyboards. Okay, let me see if I can show you my structure here. Style structure. Let me see if I can share my screen real quick. Okay, just give me 1 second. I'm going to go in, but the answer is yes, it can be done. Ketron data, Ketron. I'm looking for my folder to see how it works. The style structure is going to be under event. Let me see, new keyboard, live, new keyboard production, audio demos, products. You have event, lounge, event, manual, price. No, I'm not looking for that. We're looking for. I want to show you how it. I want to show you my computer if I can show you the folder structure for this.
So basically, you would have to have 24 waves for the structure.
Yes. You know what? I'm going to go into a detailed video about that. I want to show you. I was trying to show you how we did it here.
Maybe you already answered the question because it could be possible. So if the architecture of the style permits this, so we can record 24 tracks, put it in that structure of the style, so then we can use it depending on the key and the progression we are using, right?
Correct. And then what happens is you have to listen. Route 66 sound. You see, it's okay. Country demo. All right, here we go. Sax style. Okay. So let me see here if I can show you what we did here. Country demo riff. Okay, I'm going to give you a view of my screen here real quick. Okay, let me see if I can do this here. Share screen, country demo. All right, do you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, So if you notice right here, right, you're going to record, I mean, this is the MP3 case, but in this case, right, for example, you're going to record the different the different parts into majors, into minors, into seventh, into diminished, into augmented, into ninth. Yes, you'd have your different. Yes, it will recognize all those all those chord tonalities. Now, when you do that, I'm just trying to figure out which one, country, beat, ending. Okay, so like your intro, your ending. Okay, there we go. Okay, good. So arrange your C, for example, right? This is what I did in country in one of the country styles that we did. You see what I did? I have a major chord, I have a D major. Okay, I have C, I have F, and I have a G. Yes. Okay, so I have to do this and repeat this in all the different progressions, right? So the whole idea is, yes, you will do that on your DAW, or you do that on your DAW, right? And then you now bring it into the keyboard. Now, how do you bring it into the keyboard? If I change and show you my keyboard screen here, you can see this, right? When I come in here, for example, and I go into my media, okay, I go back into here. You see my screen, right? So this would now be treated as a what do you call it? As a modeling, which will be under, where is that at? Where's system performance? Where's my modeling? User modeling, okay? So I go in here, go to user modeling. You see I have the bass drum loop, okay? That's where I have my live drums, groove, guitars, okay? Live drums here, orchestral, piano, real bass, and real chord. That's right there. So I'm gonna go into real chord, enter, and I have the different structure, the different folder. I can call it bass _120 because you have to give the tempo, the original tempo of the bass. And in that folder, I have my bass C.wave, bass C#.wave, bass E minor.wave, bass F#.wave, all the different tonalities in that particular folder. Now, how do I record? Go ahead. All waves, all waves.
It doesn't matter if it's stereo or it's mono, you just put it there and it's going to play it.
Yes, but you have to give it. You have to. So we're going to put out that. I think I'm going to be done with the English manual in this week, in about 2 or 3 days, and that's a part. Yes, I'm going to make that available. Okay, you're welcome. You're welcome. But then again, now once you have it in that folder, okay, this is where you now start doing the miracle. How do you recall it? If I go to the style like I just did right now, okay, let me get back into my style. This one, right? I go into view. Guess what? The bass, when I go into bass, this is going to access that bass folder. You see where it says real bass 100A? Now I can touch that bass, and guess what? This is all my live bass. All my different live bass tracks are in here. You see that? So guess what now? If I play, let me do this while I'm talking to you, right, in real time. So, let me see, go to the screen. You can still see that like this, right? Okay, so I play this, right now we have this bass playing. This is a live bass. If I take out the drum and take out the real chord. This is the bass, right? If I touch this, that has an empty spot. That's why let me pick one that's predominantly playing in the beginning for the most part. I want you to hear what did I just do? Oh, sorry. Let me go back to my style and reload that style again. Okay, go back to view and modeling. I want to model the bass, real bass. If I go here to C, so this is a different bass line, right? You hear the difference? This is a different live bass. You can hear it. Okay, good. I can again control that. I can go now to, let's say, ballad 60, for example. These are all your bass lines that you've created that is playing. And guess what? If I change the chord, it follows, okay? Because you have this is the minor of that bass. Yes, the one that you did, correct. No, I won't shed a tear. Oh no, I won't shed a tear. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand. So guess what? Again, that's only happening in arranger A. Huh? If I go to arranger B, I can do a different one, and C and D a different one. So this is where the painstaking part comes in, especially like you said, you're from Romania. A lot of the instrumentation and voices of other parts of the world will take benefit of this, because now you don't have to worry about sampling and trying to, no, you just go to the studio, you have friends that have a studio, you record all the parts, come out of there, plug it into your keyboard, and you can control and play it live. That is what makes the event.
This is the real game changer. I was waiting for so many years. So I'm waiting for this very long. Looking forward. And one more question, if it's possible.
Yes.
Would you see in the future with a 61 version of keyboard and the joystick like the audio file? Please say yes. Listen, I'm a piano player. I have a lot of instruments and stuff. But talking about portability, this will be a major step because I use the piano, the main keyboard, and then I have the audio file up there to control the arrangement.
Correct,
So
correct.
much easier. Then again, I'm not that good with the wheels, but with the joystick.
The joystick. So we are working on a 61 note version for the future.
We're taking the model of F67, which has
Yes, yes.
I will pay the bucks for the
61 keys with the joystick, but a little bit more toned down, and that's all I can say for now.
Okay, so I will say goodbye to the arrangement. I can record it in studio.
You could, yeah. The event is the flagship. So the event is your.
Talking about in the 61 version, you'll have the capability of recording in studio.
Not quite.
Talking about now.
Yeah, no, not quite. So it's going to be, yeah. So you know how like on the Audia, we had, the Audia series was all the same, right? You had the Audia 76, the Audia 61, which is the 5 Audia 5, and the Audia 4, right? So in this case, it's a little bit different. In this case, the event will be your flagship that has all your stuff, all the tune, everything. The other keyboard is just going to be like keep the cost down, keep it down and a little bit simpler. And then of course you're going to have the only part, I think, in your case, if you're looking for something that's a little bit smaller and compact, will be the event module. That will be the event in a box, like in a module module.
I really love the key there.
The key, I know. But
It's really wonderful. So that's one of the reasons I wouldn't go for module.
because you want to have the flexibility, I understand. I mean, you could still use a controller, right? Like, yeah, I know. A lot of people ask, is there going to be an event which is going to be exactly the same as the event, but 61 keys with speakers? Yeah. Yep.
Then we just have to wait for the module, I guess.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Any other questions, guys? This is getting interesting. Wow, there's still 23 of you here. So some people have gone for dinner already. I know it's very late in Europe. So, I know that. And it's New Year's, the day after New Year. So people have to celebrate with family. If you have, anybody else have any more questions?
Yes, you were speaking about the module, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And when will be available the module?
We haven't even made, let the event go out first. Let's try and get the events out first before we talk about the modules. I like I said, working with the fact. The reason why I don't want to say anything is for two reasons. One, things always happen and then people get upset or frustrated or say that we told a lie, right? So it's difficult for me to predict when the module will be out. There will be a module. Hopefully, the plan is to have it out sometime next year. Sorry, sometime this year. End of this year, sometime. Okay. To pinpoint exactly when that will be, I don't know. Unlike before, before with our machines, our modules were like a copy of the machine, right? So we'll take the keyboard and just take this part, right? The top piece here. But this time, I think we're trying to make it a little bit different. This time, we're trying to make a real module. It's not just going to be a piece of this cut off into, no. So it's a little bit more work involved than just creating a module as we've done before in the past.
Like a rack, you mean?
like a rack, but still tabletop, but more portable and more user friendly, which means that less of this. So we have to redesign. We pretty much have to do this over again, right? Normally we'll just cut here and just take this piece and just boom, put it in the module and be done with it. But this time we're trying to be a little bit more creative.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Let's see. Anybody else have any questions again before we go into the next part, which is going to be interesting?
Yeah, a question maybe on the organ. So you have two organ sections. One is one cosm modeling, and the other one is MIDI.
Correct. Correct.
The cosm modeling, does that include like a Leslie modeling, or is it just as normal?
It does include the Leslie as well. So on the left right here, we have the control for the Leslie part, which if I can slide this over, let me see here. So this is, oh yeah, you can't see the camera. If I can, somewhere over here, if I can bend this right here. Okay. Yep.
And so the parameters that you change in cosm, do you change like the distortion and the speed rate, the one,
Yes, you can. Yes. So once you get into drawbar mode, you can actually do that. The distortion, even the percussion as well. You can change the percussion, the volume, the attack. Yes, sir.
And one more question, if I could, on the audio style. So some of the keyboards have tried audio styles, and they include maybe 2 to 3 audio styles per genre. How did the event set that up? Are all per audio styles, or is it just a sampling of 10 or 15?
Oh no. The event is a plethora. Let's go through what you have right now. This is not, doesn't include the AjamSonic styles, because when we get done with the AjamSonic package, it's just going to be predominantly audio, right? So let's just go with a factory standard event right now. Let me just give you an example. If I go into ballad, okay? So right now, anything that has real on it is your audio style. In other words, audio drums, audio bass, audio guitar, and audio chords. Everything audio, right? Now, this is just your ballad page. If I go to page 2, look at that. Now, on the bottom right-hand corner, you start to see your live styles, right? So these live styles are like your SD9 styles, which are like your live drum, live guitar, right? So you go back there, next page. These are all like live styles. These are all live. Again, look at that. I'm already on page 7. Okay, I'm keep going. Keep going. Here we go. Again, keep going. Again, keep going. Again, you keep going. So you're looking about, now we have MIDI style. So your 8 ballad 5 is a MIDI style, right? So the 8 ballad style, for example, in this case is your style that has your drums, bass, guitars are all MIDI, like your normal. And these don't sound bad. Let me just do this right now. Let's pick this one right here. Okay, your 8 ballad 5. Listen to how this sounds, because remember, you're playing these styles in the event, which means that you're using the event sound engine to perform these styles. So let me play this 8 ballad 5 style, which is actually originally on your SD9. How does this sound on an event? Here we go. Most of you that have an SD9 will recognize this. That's the MIDI style, huh? That's it. Those who want to be able to get in there and tweak their hearts out. That is the MIDI style right there. All I gotta do is go to View, and I can go to my drums, and guess what? because it's a MIDI style, if I go to my drum mixer, and again, I want to show you this because most arranger players complain about not having this feature on their machines, right? I can go in there and I can mix the drums. So in this case, I can actually take down the kick drum. See? And that's what I'm telling you about Ketron sounds. They're so rich. The original sounds are done so well that you don't even have to compromise. And people ask, okay, but you know what, the polyphony? No, we don't need to worry about so much polyphony because we're triggering audio. You know, so it's a different story. A keyboard that has 256 note polyphony, for an example, right? It needs that because it needs to, just to produce one trumpet sound, they have to layer 2, 3, or 4 trumpets and stack them up on each other to produce a thick trumpet voice, for an example. That is taking up 4 different oscillators. That's 4 at a given time. On the Ketron, because we're using our live samples and using live modeling as well, we only need to use 1 trumpet sound to produce a real nice trumpet because it's triggering off of a real trumpet player. Now, not only that, if I go ahead now and go to the real trumpet sounds, right? So when I go into the brass section here, I have regular trumpet. Okay, this is a real trumpet. This is, again, like I said at the beginning of the presentation, somebody who has actually played that trumpet until his breath ran out, right? So it's not like it's not a loop. No, a real trumpet player cannot blow through a trumpet for 4 minutes. It's not possible. At least not today, right now, anyway. So the event is producing the sound based on how a human being would play it. So when you say real, let me go back to my screen. You can see that, okay? This is... If I hold it down long enough, he runs out of breath, just the same way that Jerry would run out of breath if he was playing the live instrument. So in this case, that particular sound, I do not need to double it up and make it sound fat and thick and use up real estate. No, because the sound, so with Ketron, polyphony is not an issue for us because we don't need all that big storage space. We're dealing with actual stuff which is coming out fresh and great to begin with, number 1. Number 2, most importantly, especially with the styles, now that you have audio doesn't require polyphony, right? So if you're playing with an audio style like if a regular arranger has what? Drums, bass. In the drums, you have the kick, snare, hi-hat. All these guys are taking up polyphony, right? So if you have a machine that has 256 note polyphony, it means that the machine is capable of producing from its sound engine 256 sounds at a given time, right? So that means that when you're playing the drums, you have 5 drum parts: drums, a kick, snare, hi-hat, bass. These are all occupying each of them. Let's just say 1 polyphony: kick, snare, drum, hi-hat. That's 5, or let's say percussion. Just the drum alone is already 8. 8 are gone. The bass player is playing individual notes. That's 1. That's 9. You have guitar player. Each string that the guitar is playing. So he's playing 1, 2, 3. So by the time you look at a style, just a regular style occupies close to about 50 polyphonic notes, right? Roughly at any given time. Now you come to the right hand, you start to add strings and layer. So you can easily go through 128 notes easy. On the Ketron though, especially with the event, on this style section is 0 because everything we're triggering here for the most part in a regular audio style is live, it's audio, right? Now, if you come to the other section of it, when you come to the right-hand voices, that's where you begin to calculate polyphony. Now, in this case, I just showed you the MIDI style that we played, right? It's a MIDI style, but it still sounds thick because you're using like the drum, the kick, and like I said before, I got this little bit sidetracked there. I can actually control the drum parts in the drum mixer. So for example, the hi-hat is too loud. I can go in there and bring down that hi-hat. Okay, so sorry about that. So I can go in there and take out the hi-hat, okay? I can also, I can also adjust the percussion. Where you see Latin 1, Latin 2, and hand claps and everything else. This is where I have more flexibility on the MIDI end. But really what the event is doing is giving you the capability to have the best of both worlds. You're combining audio and you're combining MIDI to be able to produce this particular result. So on the MIDI part, I can take out the kick. So for example, if you look at those of you who have the AjamSonic package, right? What do we do? And this is like a little trick. So we go to the studio, for example, and we're recording most of the parts, like the drums and everything. Because we want to make it tight and accurate, when we record the drum parts, we don't record the kick. Because we know that we're going to come into the keyboard and use the keyboard MIDI kick. A kick is a kick, right? There's not much of a difference between an audio kick and a MIDI kick because they're all working on the, it's a very short note. It has to just attack, decay, that's it. So the shorter the sound is, the much more easier it is to replicate authentically with MIDI. When you have longer voices like trumpets and have you, that becomes a whole different story, right? You're trying to, enhance your internal sound engine. But just in that case, so what happens? We now use a kick in the standard drum and have that kick which is consistent and driving, which is being driven by MIDI, right? But every other part, the snare, the hi-hat, especially if you want to do like compa or zouk, or you want to do like African stuff or Latin stuff, there's a lot of moving parts in the music which you can't really quantize. That becomes perfect because now you have a kick drum which is solid on the one, but guess what? All the other parts are moving onto that kick. So there's a couple of things you can do. We have, be able to use MIDI and audio, or some cases, especially like with the EDM, like we discussed before, where it would be nice to have audio because now I can bring in VST sounds. I can bring in sounds and loops from any library I have, Atari, anything. You can bring in all that stuff and then use that in the event. So I hope that answers that question, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so the next one I wanted to do right now, I'm going to load this other one here real quick. I think I have this on, is it 4 and 5? 4, okay, good. With my nice sax. So a lot of you, of course, you heard the demo that we did, one of our engineers did on YouTube, where you have a live sax playing, right? So this is where you begin to, talk about being able to customize the event. So I'm going to combine some of our old technology and the new one. On the SD9, and I think this began on the SD5, we had a very nice function there called riff. The riff function allows you to play a couple of notes in A, B, C, and then when you go to D, it pretty much is like an autopilot. It's doing its own thing, right, for the most part, based on the chords you've played, the chord progression. Well, now we are at a different level, right? Because now it's the reverse. The whole idea is you don't want to be locked into a machine telling you what to do, how to do it, and when to do it, right? So that's where the event comes in. Like, okay, you know what? This is one of those little pets that you can control. You can say sit and it will sit. So listen to this as the example. Events, play for me, play for me. Listen to how the event is improvising and doing those sax lines for me, okay? I'm going to take over now. AJ plays. Event, take over. I see some people clapping. Yeah. I know. So this is yeah. It was like, what just happened? Okay, yeah, exactly. What just happened, right? So you heard the demo that was done with a particular saxophone and the harmonica and stuff, right? And now it's like I said, I'm trying to do things that are different. That has not been done before. So what exactly do we do? And that's why I call this registration the songwriter, because it gives me the capability to be able to create as a songwriter, right? So let's go back down and see what happened on this event for this particular style. So when I was in Arranger A, and this is where your modeling stuff comes into play. Oops, forgot about that. This is where your modeling or style automation. Past my bedtime already, right? Style automation. So the idea of being able to remix and use a style parts. This is where you want to pay attention. So here we go. If I come in here right now, let's see here. We can go into, let me see if I can go here to this. Okay, songwriter. Okay, so let's go to my style page. You guys can see the screen, right? So let me start off with this one first of all. Okay, so in this example right here, I am going to go into where it says view and modeling. All right, so I have a style. Okay, so the drums I have is this real drum. Right there with a volume of 100, and I have a standard MIDI drum below that as well. Also, if I go over now to my bass, I do have a live bass over there, okay? And if I go to my chord part, this is where it gets very, very interesting. So you notice that here on the left side it says piano, 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 piano. Really, it's empty, right? And you can tell it's empty how? Let me go into the screen. If you see the style part, you see how it has, like for example, the real mark has a blue line on the bottom, right? So the line is blue, it means it has content. So in this particular style, the MIDI chord that is playing has, chord number 1 has content. It's a blue line. If I adjust the volume, you can see that the line goes up and down, like a little view meter, right? So these are the little tricks that Ketron has added in the event to make it so easy to use and to see things at a view, right? Chord number 2, you look at chord number 2, you see that it has a gray line, right? It's not blue. So it's empty. There's nothing in chord number 2. There's nothing in chord number 3, nothing in chord number 4, and 4 has a piano. So yes, it has something. It's a blue line in there. And chord number 5 has the warm sound, which is a line as well too. On the right-hand side, look at the real chord. That's where the power is, right? You have this beat ARP 74, right? That has a blue line as well. So the blue line tells you that it's content. And how much content is it? You can see the line go to the left, and that's your volume. So look at it like a little view meter, right? So that's in Arranger A. So in Arranger A, when I'm playing the chord, when I'm doing this, okay? Let me get that out of the way from there for now. So when I'm doing this, okay, this is what I'm hearing in Arranger A. When I go to Arranger B, guess what happens? Watch the screen, you see? Sax ambient, right? That's that live sax. This is the audio chord playing. But now we have an audio part and a guy who played an actual sax solo. So this also goes and ties into the question that the first person asked, the person from Romania. I can actually, instead of having a real chord, I can actually have a solo instrument or anything I want, so long as it's been mixed well, right? And have it in different chord progressions. So when I play the chord, I play it A minor. Watch that. I'm just playing chords. The event is playing those parts. Now, some people have asked the question, what happens when you change the chord out of the bar, out of beat? So in other words, if you change the chord not on the downbeat, but on the upbeat, well, listen to that. Event also gets smart along with you. You see what happened? You see how it linked it up real quick? Let me do that again. I'm going to change the chord, not on the, because people are thinking, okay, it works fine when you change it right on the downbeat, right? Because it's triggering another sample. If you change the chord in between the beats, it will pull from the previous and link to the next. Let me do that again real quick. Listen, watch this. If I play the A minor on the downbeat, now watch this. you see what I was doing there, right? I was deliberately trying to trick the arranger, right? I'm trying to play it where you normally would not play chords, but the saxophone still follows you fluently because there is logic in there that tells the machine how to get out of the previous sample into. So at some point it's actually playing both, but it's doing that in a smooth way. Okay, that's the beauty about this. So why do we even get to this in the first place? Because now I was trying to show you that the live part that we have in there, like this sax ambient, I can use it anywhere I want. Let me go back again and pick another style, all right? Let's make it a little bit more upbeat. I think I saw a posting. Let me go and pick like a rock and roll. All right, let me see here. We're gonna go into the style. I'm gonna go into my rock and roll. And you see these buttons right here? So it's a dual purposes. If I pick the style on the top left-hand screen, these are my style banks, right? My ballad, my pop, my dance, my rock and roll, my swing. If I pick a voice 1 or voice 2, these now become my voice banks: piano, strings, organ, brass, and pad. Okay, so we're trying to again make the machine very, very easy to use. So let's go back to style. I'm going to touch the top left hand corner. I'm going to go into rock. I want to find something that's going to really, really, really demonstrate what I'm talking about. Okay, that's a rock style, right? Here we go. Again, if you get that bass, and this is where live bass is very important. Watch this. All right, I'm going to go now to my style modeling. Okay, you see that the live chord here is called Rock 122A, right? That's what I'm playing with this rock. But what if I want to use that saxophone, that live sax that we just came from listening to? All right, we listen to that live sax. Well, watch this. I'm going to go into here, and it gives me all my real chords, right? And that sax is under what? R-A-S is going to be before R-S, so S is after R, right? So the sax ambient. It's called sax ambient, right? I'm going to look for that sax ambient. Where is it at? There we go. Sax ambient, right? Right there, sax ambient. Okay. Now listen to this. Remember that sax solo that we're playing? I'm going to turn the volume up so you can hear it. That's the sax solo I'm playing with the rock style. But remember, I only changed it for variation for arranger A. Okay? Arranger B goes back to the normal rock, whatever that was in there. That was like the real chord. Let's go back to A again. Fill the live sax again. So this is the power of being able to use the live chord part. I can go into the bank and I can pick anything there. Okay, that's sax. I could have said, listen, I want to go and pick, let's say, 8-beat ARP and use that with that particular style. But you have to, of course, know what you're doing, right? If you're playing like a rock and roll, you want to be able to like really, jazz up and do like a rock and roll and do it the right way. So that is how you use that, and that's just the style part. I'm going to do another part here that's going to also give you another idea of being very, very creative. I'm going to go into this one right here, and I'm going to show you something where I'm going to do a crazy thing with the bass. Okay. So remember I told you before that we do have the capability of being able to use live bass or MIDI bass, right? So in this style I prepare right now, smooth pop, I'm going to go here, do like a nice little introduction. Now this is going to be a style that I think people like Al Smith, I see Al, you're on YouTube, I see you on YouTube. This is your guitar right here. I don't know if you remember this from one of the songs we did a while ago. That's your guitar riff, which I've quote unquote borrowed, okay? So this is the idea, right? So again, I'm just teasing you out there for a second. But the idea is to be able to have a live performance working side by side with your MIDI. Now, let's go back to my screen where I had the view, right, for that particular style. I'm going to go into the bass. You see that this is the real bass that's playing right now, right? If I touch MIDI, that's the MIDI bass. That's the original bass that came with this style. The original MIDI bass is in there, okay? Let me mute the other parts. Let me take out the chord, the drums, so you can hear that bass and tell me if you can tell the difference. That's the MIDI bass. So the normal arranger keyboards have a bass like this, right? The SD9 and the Audio. This is the regular bass. Now watch this. I'm going to go to the real live bass, the human bass, right there. You can hear the guy, the fingers. You can hear just the depth of the bass sound itself. Okay. You see that sound is that's not MIDI. That's a live bass. So I can choose either to use a live bass or a MIDI bass. If I bring everything together, that's the human bass. Now let's go to the MIDI bass and do the same thing. That's the MIDI bass. Again, like I told you before, with the Ketron, even the individual instrumentation, the GM sounds are still very, very lively sounds indeed. So sometimes it's hard to tell. But listen to, this is the MIDI bass of this style. Now I'm going to go back to the live bass so you can hear the difference. Here we go. So that is where you have the difference between a bass player and a live bass that's actually doing all those intricate parts in the middle. So that you know, the one good thing about music, right, is that it's supposed to move you, right? So music moves. You know, when you just play the same thing over and over, after a while it gets boring. That's why when you listen to stuff like some of the R&B or the soul, you might not, you know, you want to move because everything is moving. The bass is moving, the guitar is moving, the drummer is moving. So it makes the music generally want to move you, right? So that's the whole idea about the event. The whole purpose is I'm trying to focus more on the characteristics and what the instrument offers versus actually playing it. I'm not trying to play it to say, oh, it's sound. No, I'm just want to show you the capabilities and the tools you have at your availability to be able to make this thing really shine and really rock. There's going to be another presentation or even on YouTube videos. I'm just going to put out some videos of me just playing it, you know, like picking a style, for an example. Let's say I pick something like in the Latin category, okay? I want to pick, let's see, go into my style category here. I'm going to pick, let's see, acoustic bossa or something that's going to be like a moving style. So if I go in, I think somebody asked for a reggae before on the, I believe that was on on YouTube are just grazing back and forth. Now, this is a good example here, right? This is the reggae style. But you can see it's like, oh, okay, nothing to write home about, right? That's the MIDI style for the most part. I want to add audio to that. This is how simple it is. I'm going to go into my view. I'm going to go into my bass. You see it's a MIDI bass that's playing so far. I want to get a real bass player this time. That's the reggae style I was playing. I'm going to look for a bass line that kind of sounds cool to reggae. And let me see if I can find something with R in it that's reggae. Okay, there's a ragaton right here. This might be close. Touch that. Now I'm going to hear a live bass player with that MIDI, okay, with that reggae style. You hear the difference? You hear the difference, huh? So before, if I go back, and again, this is just a ragaton live. I can go to ragaton this. Live bass player. I can change the chords. This is cool. Or I can go back to the MIDI file, the MIDI bass. Now to be fair, let's take the volume up a little bit too. That's MIDI. Go back to the real bass. All right, let me make it more interesting. How about go to the chords? Okay, this is all happening on Arranger B, Arranger B. Okay, if I go back to Arranger A, it should be the normal thing. We didn't change anything there. That's Arranger A, right? Arranger B, we have the live bass playing. I want to go to the chords now. I want to add a real chord. Right now I don't have a real chord. I have a live guitar. So this is audio, drums are audio, bass is audio. You have 4 audio elements that you can do in a live style, right? So we have a live guitar here, which is doing the ting, 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 right? You can hear that. And remember, you see where it says single on the bottom? I can apply the change to the whole A, B, C, and D by doing that. So now if I go to Arranger B, A, the volume is going to be 84 for all of them, right? I can, rather than having to do one by one in all the 8 variations, no. I want to apply a change to all of them at the same time. I'm going to use that global over there. All right, now it's playing. I want to add a real chord. Let me see what I want to do. I have all these real chords to choose from. Let me see what I can pick for that reggae, all right? Let me see, like a funk. Oh, you're going to like this. Maybe not. Maybe not. So I'm gonna find something that's gonna be close to what I'm looking for. Again, this is live. So normally at home, you're gonna spend some time, go through these live chords and figure out which one that's gonna work best with your song. No, definitely not that one. Okay, but I mean, you get the idea, right? I don't want to tie us up too long. There we go. That kind of sounds okay. That's cool. So now I can come to my voice, and I want to speed this up a little bit. Audio, I can slow it down. Back to version A with the MIDI bass. I was just doing that to show you an example of how you can actually do modeling, right? This is the strength of the event, being able to pull different parts into a style. And guess what? All I have to do, if I like the way it is and I want to use that like my style, hit save and then save it as a user style, and you can use that anywhere else. Now you just got a reggae, but it's your reggae, like you actually customized and made for yourself. So that's oh, recording. Oh yeah. And then it nearly went out of that part. Let's go back into my registration I did, which was swapping. Yes. Okay. So in this one I have call it upside down. I guess it's after the song. Okay, so in this one I'm going to do a couple of things. I'm going to show you how you can also record some, be able to, because as an arranger, you notice that your left hand is always tied into this idea of playing chords, right? But sometimes you want to be able to be free, to free yourself up from having to play chords and be able to just run the machine and play all over the place. There's a function on here that we have called phrase recording, right down the bottom of the screen. If you see that right there, where's that at? Where's my screen? There we go, yes. Bottom right hand corner, you see phrase recording. So that means that I can actually play, right? I can actually play, this is the style, the upside down style. Okay, so let me get creative so you can see what I'm doing here in this particular style, right? So, there's two things here that's happening. Voice to ABC, okay, you definitely saw this before in the SD9 and on the audio. That means that when you change the variation, the voices automatically change along with it. Let me get out that arpeggio right there. So I have like this voice, if I'm in variation A, I have this voice. If I'm in variation B, I have the popcorn voice. In variation C, I have the third voice. And in variation D, I have the fourth voice, right? But that is not fixed. And what do I mean by that? So you can set it up such that when I press variation A, it doesn't have to always call the first voice. It could call the third, right? Or variation B could call the fourth. So the order of how you do this is you pick your favorite voices and put them in location 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So if I go back to the screen right here, I have my four voices, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Where's my screen at? 1, 2, 3, and 4, right? Now, let me step out so you can see what I'm doing here. Those four voices, right now, if I press variation A, it's calling the first voice. But I may not want that way. I may want it so that when I press variation A, it should call the second. That's all I have to do. If I press variation B, which voice do I want to call? I want to call the fourth voice. If I press variation C, I want to call the first one. And if I call variation D, I want to call that one. So guess what? When I press variation A, see what it did? It called the second voice. When I press variation B, it called the fourth. When I press variation C, it called the first, and so on and so forth. So normally, yeah, you want to put the first one in the first voice, second one, second. I mean, that's just, if you're like myself and you like to be orderly, but it doesn't have to be that way. You can make any of these variation buttons, arranger buttons, call any of those top voices. So in this case, this is what I did, and I can adjust each one with respect to the other. So let's say I went in here and the voice, like you see right now, it says voice balance is -12. That's because the original voice that I programmed in here was a little bit loud. So right here, I can drop the volume of just that voice, right? So now when I'm playing my song, upside down, it's gotta be, you gotta, here we go, upside down, speed it up. There we go with the guitar catch up. Arpeggio. my drum mixer. I want to mix in real time. I want to mix in real time. Pick out the kick drum I want to. In real time. That's my kick drum over there. Pick out the hi-hat if I want to. In real time. One, two, feel. Okay, so let me go back again and see if you guys have any questions. And I'm going to go to the guys on Facebook as well. It's been a very long, but again, it's a lot of stuff. Like I said, we cannot cover all of this, what the event can do in one video. I know that I've seen a lot of people having comments. I'll go back and look at the chats as well. You know, we're going to actually have, maybe, you know, based on people's requests, you know, if you guys can send me an email to ajaminc@gmail.com. And I can see some of the, you know, if I didn't get to some of your questions today, I'll definitely get to them in another presentation. And if you want to see more of these, you know, let's agree on some. Right now is vacation, of course, New Year's, but we have to figure out a time, maybe on a Thursday or a Friday. I don't know. Most of you have gigs. You know, we can do this on a regular basis, right? Because this has been very great. I mean, we had about 41 people in the beginning. We have about 80 something on YouTube. We have about 50 something on Facebook. There's a lot of people who are actually interested, of course, obviously, in this product. But we can't do everything in one day. So I'm going to open back up again to the folks on Zoom, of course, who have been patiently waiting for questions. I see Busy? Sorry. You're next on the question on the questions while I take a small little break here. Go ahead, Busy. Unmute yourself. I can't hear you. No, you have to unmute yourself. Unmute. There you go.
Okay. I only have one question because I have to leave, you know.
I understand.
Do you think you are present, you will be present in the next music fest in Germany, in Frankfurt?
Again, you know what you should do? Send an email to Ketron, okay? Yeah. Ketron@ketron.it, and tell them that, hey, you would like to have AJ present at the show in Germany. You guys can make it happen.
I already met you 5 years ago. I don't remember.
Correct. No, they listen. See, a lot of the requests you got, they may not respond. I know that there's been always a general consensus that the company is slow to respond. I mean, all what we're doing, but they do listen to you. You know, if you said, "Hey, Lies, we would like to have AJ in Germany to present the event," that is a request from you. You are the one spending your hard-earned money on this product, and say, "I want this guy to be there." They'll definitely listen to you guys. Yes, it's not from me, it's from you guys. I mean, we all have our own different markets. Yes, yeah. But I was there before. Yeah, you're right. I think, with the COVID, everything kind of slowed down. But now it's picking, they're going to have events again, the shows again. So yes, it can be done. It's just that they would have to pick it up.
Okay.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. It's a lot. Like I said, we haven't even gone to the player. I haven't even touched the jukebox and then the stem. Everybody was asking about the stem, being able to use audio. It's a whole different thing. But I wanted to focus on the arranger first because that's the groundbreaking part. Is the arranger being able to use audio in style. That's if you are looking at sounding like a studio when you perform live and making people dance, this is the keyboard for you. If you are looking at being able to have that punch of a board, but you're not too much into the audio part, you still want to have your detailed control over different individual MIDI elements, then you're looking at the SD9, right? And if you notice, we never really said the SD9 was a flagship because it was never a flagship. The replacement for the Audio keyboard officially is the Event. This is the next replacement for the, yes. And that's why even the naming, you can see that the flagships don't have a name. They don't have letters and numbers. They have an actual name. Event, Audio, Then you have the SD level. So at the SD level, you have SD9, you have SD7, which is the 90, and the SD40, right? So the actual replacement officially for the Audio, which is the Ketron's top of the line keyboard, is your event. Okay, yes.
And in comparison to the others, like Korg or Yamaha, what do you think Ketron is better?
So I've told this before, and then people may think because I'm an engineer for Ketron and I work with Ketron, I might want to take sides with that, which is not true. I'm also an individual being. So speaking as AJ, not speaking as a representative of Ketron, who has anything to do with Ketron, I can answer that question in this way. If you are somebody who is playing to make people dance, you play a lot of dance music, a lot of dance styles, right? A lot of styles that can be played, or music that was played by live bands. You want to get a Ketron event or any Ketron product, right? Because of the liveliness of the style. If you are somebody, for an example, who is playing lots of ballads, elevator music, hotel lounge music, restaurant music, you're probably looking at the Yamaha Genos. And I say this, I'm holding back because when it comes to effects, or when it comes to the voicing, right, Yamaha does a very good job at that. The softy, lush, polished, sweet sounding voices. You would look at the Yamaha. When it comes to the style section, when it comes to being able to play an arrangement and a chord and make people dance or make people move, personally, I would say a Ketron. If you don't have money restraints and you don't have budget limits, your best combination would be if you had a Yamaha Genos or a Korg PA4X, and then you get a Ketron module and use that to trigger your left hand. Then you have the best of both worlds.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes. All right, who else has another question? Daniel Bordeaux, your hand is up again.
I would allow Mark because he was.
Oh, Mark was there. Yeah, Mark. Okay, yeah, go. Well, let's go out to Mark.
Then I was going to ask this quick question after that.
Okay, so then how about this? Let me go. Yeah, let me get to Mark. Mike, your hand is up again, or is it from the last time?
No, it's been up for a while.
Okay, so let me go to Mike first, and then back to Mark. Okay, in that order. Mike, then Mark. Yes.
I have three comments. One is that when you made the comment about those switches having a dual purpose, being able to select instruments and select styles by what you select on the screen, was very important. I wish you would have done that first, because that's key element. How to get to that, right? The other question I had was, will you be able to take like a MIDI file and extract that and turn it into a style?
Okay, there is not in the machine itself, unfortunately, no. But I know that there's software out there that you can get that does that, right? But people are looking for, because when you and I see where you're going. I think Korg has something like that of that nature too. Yeah. That's a very good tool, because now it means that people that play with MIDI files, right? The idea about the MIDI file is that it gets very, very close to the music. But if you make a style too close to the music, it means that style cannot be used to play another song, right? So there's a very, very thin line. When you create a style, you try to make it a little bit open and breathe. But by so doing, you're also going away from music, right? But when you play a MIDI file is right to is the actual music itself. But you now lose that controllability. So the best of both worlds is, yes, being able to take a MIDI file or a section of a MIDI file and port that into a style. So there's software that can do that in there. As a matter of fact, if you were to do that with the software and you bring it in as a Ketron pattern. Oh, I see Greg. Greg, how are you? You just got me distracted there. I can now see the man and put a voice to the face. I'm so happy about this because I get to see some of you for the first time. We've been texting and talking and everything else, but it's really a pride and honor to see you guys like this face to face. But Greg, I want to give you a salute out there too, man. Thanks for participating. Back to Mike's question. So yes, it can be done externally. One of the things you have.
What software do you use?
There's a software out there, I think it's EMC, that people use to convert MIDI into a particular arranger type. So you would convert that to the older Ketron PAT format, and then bring that into the event, and it will update it into the KST format.
Okay.
Remember that a lot of the stuff, because if you notice, like most keyboards, I think even Yamaha did this too, and they got grilled at, with their montage. They took out a sequencer, and people were like, oh, the whole world cried. But you have to remember that people are leaning now towards taking out the fluff and giving you what you need to perform and present. A lot of people that are using DAWs, right, are not doing it on stage. They're using the DAW at home. So what is the purpose in trying to replicate a DAW in a keyboard in a 7.5-inch screen? That's just going to be so cumbersome. You see, people as engineers, when we go to Italy and we discuss these things, we say, oh, you know what, yeah, get this out. But sometimes you come back and you have the machine out there in the world and you're like, oops, maybe we made a mistake. Maybe we took out too much. We got to put back some stuff in there, right? So we always, when we develop these machines, we always have a little bit of room to add some extra stuff, just in case there's a request for that. So like, for example, in the event, we took out the Launchpad, because we noticed that a lot of people are not using Launchpad. But if you are a Launchpad user, that's one of the most powerful tools ever built into an arranger keyboard. It's just that it's for some people it was too complex. The Launchpad can allow you to use styles, MIDI files. So Mike, to answer your question, in an SD9, for example, you can bring in a part of a MIDI file and combine that with a style and use them together in the Launchpad. You see, these are things that people thought about. Because remember, one of the unique things about Ketron engineers, the guys who developed this stuff, Sandro Fontanella and all these other great guys, we are engineers during the day, as software engineers, developers, computer engineers. At night, most of us, 95% of us, are musicians. So guess what? We are playing in the clubs with you guys. We're facing exactly what you face. And that's why most of the Ketron arrangers are built for musicians, and people feel very friendly with them because they're built by musicians. It's not the same as another corporation saying that, okay, we got an engineer here, we got artists here, we're going to send people out in the field to talk to them and to interview and see what you want. Sometimes things get mixed up in translation, and sometimes the engineers give you what they think you like or what they think you wanted, but which has nothing to do with music, right? So in our case, it's a little bit unique. It might be a smaller firm, but we are plugged into you guys because we are you guys. At nighttime, I'm taking an event, I'm going to the stage, and I'm playing with it. And I'm noticing that, oh my gosh, I forgot this, I forgot that. So I either come back and change code, or I send an email to Italy and say, guys, we need to do let's do this. And the same thing too, I have somebody like Sandro might go play somewhere and say, oh, AJ, what do you guys think about this? So it's a living, breathing instrument. But most fundamentally, it's a computer. So people always, people are more forgiving when their Apple shuts down in the middle of a process and say, it's a computer, I'll just reboot it. When your keyboard shuts down or something happens in the middle of the gig, you're like, how dare you? You forget it's a computer. So I'm not giving an excuse. I'm just saying that these things sometimes happen. And sometimes it's not a failure of the machine. Power, somebody has a hairdryer on or something happened, voltage, all kind of stuff can happen. But I hope I answered your question.
Yes, you did. Thank you.
You're welcome. Mark, on to you.
Yeah, I'm muting myself. First of all, before I ask the question, a short disclaimer. I don't have any previous experience with Ketron product whatsoever. I mean, I usually play Yamaha Genus for my own joy and fun, let's say, and not a gigging musician or something like that. So anyways, through the years, I've managed to learn the bits and bytes of internal Yamaha style architecture. So I lack the knowledge of what can be done with Ketron in this area. I mean, there are some videos that show how to play live many arranger features and stuff like that, but I haven't seen anything that shows how to create a style and concentrate on more technical stuff of this process. Like, for example, in Yamaha and in Ford, there are special configurations. Like in Yamaha, we have a custom section to show how to treat the chords and stuff like that. We have a specialized style creator. In Ketron, I don't see anything like this, and I would like to see I don't know whether it can be done in this demonstration, or maybe it's too late, but maybe you could consider to add this in some videos, or maybe in next time or something like that. So, before we delving into audio, which I do understand this is a great power of Ketron Event, maybe we could also see how to make stuff with MIDI, like playing drum pattern and then add bass part, maybe event editing, stuff like this. How to add the effects into the style. If it can be done in the machine, or maybe we should use the DAW. What is the process or recommended process by Ketron itself? So I would really like to see the video, detailed information about this, if it's possible. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just searching on YouTube now to see where that is. Ketron SD9 style. I have 2 videos on YouTube dedicated to style creation. Okay, trying to point out where that style is. Ketron AjamSonic style. Let me see. Hold on. Ketron. If I can, you know what? Send, just so I don't hold everybody back, right? So send me an email, ajaminc at. Hold on. Let me put. I didn't put it on the screen. Yeah, right on the bottom. ajaminc at gmail.com. And then I'll respond to you and send you the YouTube video. There are 2 videos, about 1 hour and 2 hours long, that I did. As a matter of fact, one of the videos I came back from Anaheim, not Anaheim, I came back from, it was the last Anaheim show before the COVID. I came back from Anaheim and unpacked my boxes, and we actually see the video there. I came downstairs, and in 30 minutes, I was able to make a style. Okay, I will touch on it here real quick. But yes, you do have style formats. You do have, just like any other company, certain ways that you have to craft the style for the style to be able to work. But before I leave today, I'm going to do a real short style demonstration here. But I do have 2 lengthy videos on that on YouTube. And I also have a video where you can connect your Ketron to like Korg or to Yamaha, port the style out with MIDI into the Ketron to save time, right? And then continue from there. Because they're all working on GM basis, right? So those 2 videos are very, very detailed videos about that for style creation. For the sake of those who are watching now, let's see if I can make a style here real quick. So in the machine, let's see, we were all on. Let's see, we're gonna make this the spotlight again for here, and then go back to this guy, and come back to the top. Okay, so let's make a style from scratch. So on the Ketron here, this is going to be all MIDI, yeah? Okay. So let's do this. We're going to go into style. So top again, Mike, like you see what I'm doing? The part in red tells you your highlights. So whatever is in red is what has access to these guys. Mike, Lorenz, just to give you a clarification. So right now, if I'm in style, these are my style buttons. Ballad, pop, whatever. If I touch any of the voice buttons here, these are now my voice group buttons, right? In voice 1 and voice 2. Okay, so it all depends on what is selected over here. Would it have been nice to have had 2 dedicated rows of buttons? Yeah. You can't get it all, right? Okay, so let's go into style creation. So first of all, and then let's pick a style. I'm going to go to my style category. I'm going to go pick a MIDI style, just anything here. Let me go see tons of pages. There are about 600 styles in the event, okay? Let me go into the ballad category. I want to put my style in ballad, right? And I'm going to pick a style here. Let's see, any MIDI style I want to pick. Okay, so 8-beat 5, all right? That's my MIDI style, right? You good with me so far, Mark? So I picked a style just out of random, okay? Because I want to go into the style editor, right? So like on Yamaha, you have a dedicated style editing button you go into. Now the difference is that when you do that, you're cut out from the arranger altogether. You have to do everything in there, and then you come back here. Ketron, you're always inside, you're still within. So even with the style editor, I can still play the arrangement and test it and try it out. If you want to play a style professionally, the way we do it, we start the style in the DAW. Like all the elements and everything are arranged in the DAW, and the style is about 85% complete in the DAW. And then you now bring the style into the keyboard, because you want to now match the style with the elements of the style of the keyboard sound engine. The balancing, you can balance on the DAW to some extent, but the final balancing, you have to balance on the keyboard because you have to do a couple of things. You have to use the effects on the board, which is not on your DAW, for example. Number 2, most important, balance the style to the ratio of the other styles on the keyboard. Otherwise, you have a style which is sounding very low, and another one is up here, and another one is all over the place. So that's why you finish off the style in the board. But let's go back here. So I'm here I have this 8-beat style. Doesn't matter, it can be anything, right? But I'm picking this style because I want to be able to get in the style editor. So I'm going to go into view modeling right here. You see where it says style edit on the bottom right hand? You can see the screen here, right? If I zoom in like that, style edit, right? I'm going to go to style edit. Now it says enter the edit style, style editor, yes. So now I'm in the style editor. But I want to do a new style from scratch. I don't want to edit this particular style. I want to start from scratch. You see where it says new style? Style memory will be erased, correct? Yes. So now I want to give it a name, okay? And I'm going to call this Mark. Mark demo style. Okay? So guys, we're now into a little bit of a deeper thing. We're trying to, how do you create a style from scratch based on Mark's question? And this will take a couple of minutes. I want to just show you how easy it is on the Ketron, right? I'm going to touch enter. Now you see the screen, it says Mark demo styles at the top. Everything is all blanked out, right? So now it's asking me for my parameters. What are my parameters on the style? Is it a 4/4? Is it a 3/4? You set the parameters first, okay? So in this particular case, let me see if I can do this and get myself on the screen at the same time. Let me do something crazy here so you can see what I'm talking about here. I'm going to add a video. Let me see if I can do that without crashing everything. Video capture device. Yes, I want to add a video, add existing. I want to add a Brio. Okay, that is me there. Ooh, that's so big. And if I do this, that's you guys can still see the screen, right? Oh, okay, beautiful. So I don't talking to myself. Okay, so good. If I have to use that part of the screen, I'll shrink it in real time. But this is the idea, and I don't need to take that information out. Okay, we can now see the whole screen. So now this is where I do my parameters. So you can see arranger A, B, C. So if I get out here, if I zoom to out of this, right? You see arranger A. So right now it's on the screen it shows arranger A. If I press B, it's arranger B, right? So you can see at which time you're going to be in. For the sake of keeping this short, I'm just going to do arranger A. You can always copy, paste, drag, drop, do all that kind of stuff in there. So let's go into arranger A. Arranger A parameters, we're there real quick. And these are the global parameters. The tempo of the style is 120. The time is going to be 4/4. Let's keep it at 4 bars, keep it short, okay? All right. Now, I'm going to go in now and say, okay, I want to record my drums. I want to get my metronome going as well. Get out of parameter, okay? Oh, let me see. Let's see. Mute all. Okay, good. We can now hear. All right. So now I'm here. I want to do my recording for, let's say, my drums, right? You pick what you want to record. I want to record my drum. I touch my drum track. That's my standard drum. This is just a default. I can change whatever drum. It can be a jazz kit or whatever kit it is. But let's say for the sake of this demonstration, I want to do standard, right? The right next to it is the volume of the drum, okay? So we want to do a drum recording. I'm going to now hit record right here. See, the record is yellow, right? And I press start. Now, before I do that, I'm going to go to my keyboard. I'm going to test and make sure that I have my drum kit. See? Now, if I go, let me zoom out on here so you can see my keyboard now. Since I'm on the drum track, this is now my drums. So again, we have 4 bars of a measure, and we're going to do the recording. Here we go. 2, 3, 4. So I did 4 bars and then it stopped, right? I could loop it if I want to. I can go in there and turn on the loop. Oh, I do have a click track on as well too. So now if I play it back, I just did it, right? Good. Now I want to add, let's say I want to add you can hear that. So I want to go in, I want to add my snare drum right here, you know, and my hi-hat. Let me see how I'm going to do this. No. Okay, here we go. Okay. Now I want to add my hi-hat. Record. 3, 4. Nope. I made a mistake here, right? So I want to clear this particular note, right? I made an error. It's a clap. I'm going to touch the clear and hold it down, and I want to clear this note right here. Okay? Or I can hit clear and clear everything. Okay? Execute. You want to clear the continuo? No, not the whole thing. I just want to clear, or I can just undo that. All right, that single note. So now if I try it out, no, it's still there. I don't want that anyway. Clear. This particular note is what I want to clear. This one. No, this single note. Execute. Yes. Okay. That's gone. I wanted to get what I wanted to add was this, my hi-hat. Here, record. So I'm going to make the mistakes so that you can see how I can use the different features here. Clearing, because you're not going to get it right the first time, right? Here we go. Now you can see it's a little bit of a shift, right? It's the beginning of, I didn't quite get it. So I'm going to quantize that, right? I'm going to quantize that to 16. Execute. Now if I play it back, it's perfect, right? Okay. Now I'm going to add some percussion, okay? I'm going to go back here, activate my record. Percussion is somewhere around here. I'm going to hit record again. I'm going to hit start. Okay, that works fine. So the drums is okay for now, right? That's the drum in arranger A. I'm now going to record my bass line. Okay, go to my record. I'm going to move down here so I can actually get my bass. Now remember, when you want to record, obviously you want to record in the key of C, knowing that when you change the progression, the keyboard is going to follow you in that progression, right? So in this case, I'm going to record this in the key of C. Again, this is MIDI. I want to tell you how I can bring in the audio later, all right? This is MIDI, record, here we go. Bass line. Okay, now watch this. Test it out. Okay, so guess what? I'm going to go ahead and save this just for now. I think I did something with the transposer I shouldn't have done before. Save as a user style. Yes, mark demo style. Enter. Mark demo style already exists and will be replaced. Yes, I want to mark demo style. I'm going to come back here and get the keyboard out of transposition and then go back and do my stuff. So now I'm still in the style editor. You saw that I didn't get out of there, right? So I can test the style. Okay, that's not bad, right? Okay, now I say, okay, I want to add chord 1. These are all the MIDI chords, right? MIDI part of the style, right? So I'm going to go chord 1. The default sound in there is piano, right? Take out the voice number 2. Remember, in your mind, when you're recording a style, you have to think about what you're recording the style for, right? So like right now in my mind, I'm thinking about the song that most of you will know, like ole, 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 ole. Feeling hot, 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 right? Yeah, Mark's like, yeah, I know that one, right? So in my mind, I'm making a style for that particular song, but I'm going to make it a little bit free. So I'm thinking, ole, 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 feeling hot, hot. Now remember, the idea of making a style, you have to record the style parts in a particular key. I don't want to record the progression because I want to be able to play that progression when I'm playing live, right? So I'm going to play it on the machine. That's the progression of the song. But when you're making the style, you don't want to record the progression. You want to record the rhythm, right? So you want to record. Okay, that's the trick. This is the whole thing. So let's go ahead and record. 1. Oh, no, I want to hit record. No, I just did what I told you not to do. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to clear that. All the controls of chord 1, yes. Actually, I'm just going to undo this. Execute, yes. Nope. Or I can hit clear and hold it down, okay, and then clear out the actual notes themselves, right? To actually hold the clear down, and then whatever notes that you played, you can clear it. Take it out of the keyboard, right? So now, hold on a second. Let me do something here real quick. Exit. No, go back to edits. Go back in here. No, I want to record. I want to clear that. Clear. Execute. Yes, there we go. Okay, I want to undo this because I was still in the bass track. That's where it is. I gotta get out of here. I have to go back into my piano track, which I was trying to record, and clear from there. Chord 1, execute. There we go. Thank God we have the undo button there, because otherwise you have to do the whole thing all over again, right? So I cleared out. You have to take note of where you are right there. It says chord 1 clear, and I was in the bass track, and I uncleared. So now I want to record that. So, and the volume is low for chord 1, but you can see right there, I'm going to go back here and I'm going to bring it up. Okay, and that should make sure my volume for my chords is up as well. There we go. All right, now we're going to hit record. Here. Record, 1, 2, 3, 4. So now, if I test it, see, I can do any chord I want. A minor, E minor, F, B flat. So it's crazy. I'm going to get into more and more detail, but let me just leave it like that for now, right? I'm going to hit save, and we're going to save this as user style, save. Mark already exists, override, yes. Okay, now we've saved that. This is where the event now takes you to a whole new level. On a regular keyboard, like you mentioned on the Genos, you go back and do chord 1, chord 2, 3, 4, intro, ending, all that stuff 18 times over and build the whole thing. Well, guess what? Inside here, in the Mark demo style, I'm going to now bring in audio elements to fill out the other part of the style which is missing, right? So this is where I'm going to go in now. I'm going to get out of the editor, exit from there, yes. And I'm going to go now to my chord section. I'm going to go to my live chord, and I'm going to try and bring in a live chord part that's going to work with this. Let me see if I pick something that's crazy, like an EDM. All right, now watch this. That's just to give you an example, right? It doesn't have to be, but I want to show you the power of. And remember I told you in the beginning of this demonstration that, of this part, to answer your question, unlike the other brand keyboards, when you're in the editor, you're stuck there. You got to do everything there, come back. If you notice, I'm already working with a style. I'm out of the editor, but I'm still editing and bringing in other elements of my style. So let me pick something here. Let me see, disco funk something, right? This is the audio part. Okay, that gets very crazy now. Now I'm looking at live guitar. That's a live chord, huh? I just put that one in there. Now let me add a live guitar, the actual live guitar itself. Live guitar, the top box right there. I'm gonna go to, let's see, electric guitar number 1. Maybe not. Let me save that one. You hear that guitar, right? So now we are in business. Okay? This is a style. We just took about 15 minutes to do this. Okay, now let's get to something more interesting. I like the way it is. I'm going to hit save again. Remember, you always want to save it as a user style or a registration. You could save it as a registration as well and call it back in. But I'm going to keep it as a user style right now. Save it. Mark already. It always tells you, oh, Mark already exists. Are you sure? Yes, I'm there. Now Mark is a demo style which is found in the ballad. Okay, and it's going to be under user style, right? So whatever you even though we began with some factory stuff, you never erase the factory stuff. You can always copy it. It will copy for you and put it in the user location. All right, so we've done that with Mark. Mark has got us in the dancing mode. I'm going to take my microphone over here, and I'm going to see if I can mute this mic, which is my wireless. On here, I have a button that says microphone. Can you hear me now? Okay, so what we're going to do, I'm going to balance this up a little bit and take down the style here. 1, 2, 2, 2. So this is now a microphone, regular Sennheiser mic, okay? And it's plugged into the back of the keyboard. and plugged it into the keyboard itself, and I can control from here. Remember what I told you guys at the beginning of the show, that if any button that has a dot next to it means it has a dual function. You just have to press and hold it for 2 seconds, right? So this is my microphone. I'm talking to you now. You can get the effects and everything, but I don't want to do that, right? I'm going to press and hold the microphone for 2 seconds. It takes me to that screen over there. Now, if you see there's a button there that says talk on the screen, right? The talk icon. If I press talk, it removes all the effects and allows me to talk to you with just a normal voice, right? So you can do that in such a way that you can also make it automated, so that it's when the machine is playing, the talk will be disarmed and the effects come in. You want to sing. The moment you stop playing the style, the talk will come on automatically, and you can talk to your audience while you're searching for something. So in this case, I'm going to leave the talk off just for now, but I'm trying to demonstrate the vocal harmonizer in this style, right? So I'm going to go over here, make sure my microphone is fine. 1, 2, testing, 1, 2. You can hear? Yes, we can hear. The style, let's make sure it's not clipping. Okay, here we go. So we're taking, this is going to be Mark's Feeling Hot, Hot song. On my right-hand voice, I want to use what voice? So we only have one variation that we recorded, but if you have, let's say, multiple variations, I can use multiple voices. So, but in this case, I want to use the brass section. Oops. You see, I now just stumbled across Mike Lorenz's issue. I was trying to look for a voice, but I forgot that I am in a style mode. So I just pressed the voice, and the machine is like, there's nothing there, right? So Mark, yeah, you see, this is how you learn from, So guess what? I got to go into piano. Now I'm in the voice, and I can now go in here and hit my brass, okay? And I'm looking for my trumpets with a swell or my synth brass. Okay. So I'm going to go there and say, let's say I want to do a little quick transposition to transpose the audio and the MIDI. Okay, that's the thing about this. So everything I did, we added some audio parts in there. As a matter of fact, let me even get crazy. Okay, let me go back to your style, Mark. We went into view, right? Oh, I have to now keep myself close to this microphone. And we did this. I was trying to look at the bass. That bass we did, right, we just programmed, is a MIDI bass, right? It's a fingered bass. That's the instrument for the bass. I can change that, right? So this is it right here. I can touch that bass, and I can say, okay, I want to go into... No, that's the one inside. Anyway, let's forget about that. I want to go to the real bass, and I want to pick something here that is going to be similar to what I'm looking for. So again, let me see. It's going to be like a funk thing, right? Let's see. Let me try this one. Yeah, Mark is like, okay, I can get it. So that's an audio bass. Remember, I came out of the style engine. I'm now in this modeling thing. I'm doing my own thing. So guess what? If I save this now, I can toggle. I can go back to the MIDI bass, which you and I programmed together. I can make it a little bit louder. That's the MIDI bass. Okay? And then I can go to the audio bass. Now, I haven't balanced anything. I in front of the whole world, I just made a style from scratch. This is about 50% of the work done. I haven't done any balancing. I haven't added any effects. I'm just showing you how you can create a style, and you can use the other parts that are given to you by Ketron, the engine or the AjamSonic package, and add to the machine and make your own style come out. So let's try this real quick. So here, I'm going to go in and have that voice. I don't want the machine to control the voicing. So I'm going to go here and turn off the voice to ABC. So when voice to ABC is on, it means that whenever you change the arranger, it will change the voice for you. But I want to be in control of my voices, so I turn that off, right? And I'm going to go here to my brass section. Here we go. Now, this is nobody should ever quote me on this. I'm going to go to the vocalizer. I'm going to touch and hold that for 2 seconds, and I'm going to use this arrangement, and I want to test it out first. Whoa, let's see, 1, 2. Whoa, let's see, where are we at? Don't want that one. Voice turn to arranger. I want to touch. Let me see. I want to set that up, and I want that to be set to arranger A. Okay. So now, even on the vocalizer, I can set up the vocalizer so that whenever I change my variation, I have different harmonies. So I can have like a harmony trio. Or if I go to variation B, it will pick another harmony. If I go to arranger C, no harmony. Arranger D, a female voice. You see, again, everything on the Ketron is automated so that you can, all I'm doing, the less time I'm pushing buttons and I'm playing my music, the better for me, right? So we have, what screen am I on? This is the microphone screen, or was it the talk mode? I want to disengage or dislodge the talk. So, 1, 2. Here we go. And then now. Okay, now we have the harmonizer on, we have the thing going. I'm going to go ahead and hit start. Now this is how I'm going to, if I'm playing this song before the audience, I'm going to start, I'm going to come over here and I'm going to remove the drums and remove my chord and remove my real chord. The real chord is what we added. Oops, I have the harmonizer here. Sorry. The real chord is what we added, right? The MIDI chord is what we programmed, right? The MIDI part that we programmed, right? That's the MIDI chord. This is what we added before. The bass controls both of those basses, but we have to select which one we want to use, either the audio bass or the MIDI bass. And then the drums are what we programmed as well, too, okay? So I can also add live drums if I wanted to, but just to give you an idea of how your style sounds like. Mark, here we go. So if I were to do this song, chord C. Nope. Got to put on key start. Drums. Chords, here we go. Ole, 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 feeling hot, hot, hot. Feeling hot, hot, hot. Me mind's on fire, too slow. Me soul's on fire, feeling hot, hot, hot. Come on, let's do it, y'all. Feel that spirit, feeling hot, hot, hot. What you gonna do on a night like this? Music speaks, just can't resist. We need a party song, a song that man can jump. I be rum bum bum bum. Here we go. Ole 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 ole. I say rum bum bum bum. I wanna go back to my MIDI bass. Say rum bum bum bum. Live chords. Back to live bass, live bass. All the party people are singing and watching the Ketron event, Ketron event, Ketron event. So in under 30 minutes, I guess my mic is back. Under 30 minutes or so, we're able to create a style. We're able to save it, take it to the gig, and mess around with it. Now, besides, half the audience will be drunk by this time anyway, so any small errors and stuff, they were not going to notice that one, right? After a couple of beers, those small errors become insignificant. But that's the idea. So that's a very deep thing. I wanted to do that because I've covered two things. Yes, you can make your own style from scratch, number one. Number two, you can import the event audio, drums, audio bass, audio guitar. The drum we use right here is our drum, right? I could have gone to the drum right there. Right? You see, it's a standard drum. I can change that kit. I can do like a 70s kit. You see that? So I can change the drum kit. And also, especially for those of you in the other part of the world, you can bring in your own kits, your own custom kits, right? And use that inside the event. But more importantly as well, I just changed the kit right now. But guess what? I can also go in here and I can add a audio kit. But the thing about the audio is I gotta find something that is gonna be close to a calypso or a soca or maybe a merengue or your own audio kit as well that you can bring into the whole into the event. There we go. I have a zouk. There we go. Okay, so watch this. Okay, So guess what? They're both playing together, right? They're both playing together. I can now come here and I can mute the drum that I programmed. Right? This is an audio drum, which is Zouk. Play along the machine. Singing along my duty. Oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Yes, it is true. Oh yeah. Back to my MIDI drum. Unmute and mute the other one instead. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Mute this. I got them both playing together. But this is the idea though. The idea is normally you want to use one or the other. Like I said, in my case, I use the kick drum to drive it on the MIDI, and then the percussion and everything else is audio, because the drummer is very difficult to replicate that live with a MIDI drum set. Somebody playing a drum with a snare is never the same as trying to program the snare on the keyboard. Too many tonality, how hard, how soft, where the angle of attack, the rim, the snare shot. No, just have the guy play it for a couple of measures and then use that in the thing. But the idea is, yes, I can go in there and I can say, okay, I want to mute the live part and use this. Or I can mute this one instead, okay, and then use the live drum. The guitar, I mean, imagine trying to do like a wah-wah guitar with MIDI. It's a whole different ballgame. It's a whole different ballgame. So I don't know, I hope I answered your question, all right? So the video, just send me that email, and there's a video out there, dedicated video, that will show you exactly how we do, to do this from scratch, either as a song or as a style. And like I said, on the SD9, if you're using the Launchpad, it's even better because you have, it's like a sequencer, like a MIDI sequencer. You have different tracks. You can bring in MIDI parts and and do the whole 9 yards. So, any more questions? Yeah, that was a difficult one, but it can be done. To answer your question. I guess some people. I think they mute. Okay. Anybody wants to go? Anybody with audio? Anybody who's not on video who has any question? Because, like I said, I have to go in and read the 200 and something comments. It's going to be difficult. Any of you that have any questions that you asked in the comment section on Zoom before we go to Facebook and YouTube? Pardon?
I said hello for the last time this evening. I guess we're going to be having this presentation. So
Yes.
a lot of information to process. You managed it well, AJ, during the presentation. I have some short questions regarding, first of all, is regarding the creation of the MIDI file, which is what you did right now. And it was really helpful because we got through this pile of errors, so we all could learn what would happen when one was to write for the first time. My question was, do we are going to benefit with a Microsoft event edit on the user side trigger?
Yes, that's going to come in the software upgrade. Again, yes, we're going to have what we call micro editing. Yes, to be able to go note by note and then shift. Yes, yes.
That's the problem with the velocities, and we just press the wrong note, and we don't want to do the whole track, and so on. So it's going to be the Microsoft, which is really quick.
Mm-hmm.
The second question I was answering, I know that this kind of synchronizing with all this audio stuff and arrangement requires a lot of processing power. Will event be capable of providing all this processing power so the arranger won't stumble like it happened on audio when you charge it with a lot of stuff in the arranger section? Because sometimes it happens because it's getting out of synchro when you put a lot of audio stuff in the sound.
Correct. So on the audio, no problem. There's two things. Okay, we have, like I said before the beginning here, we have dual processors on the event. So we actually have two CPUs running on the event, dual processors. Yes. Not only that, we also, the way we're handling on the event, on the audio, everything was done internally with memory. On the event, we're streaming from SSD.
Yeah, that's of course very interesting. The next question is, it's going to be here available for the module. I got it. The 61 kilo is a bit.
Yes.
What about the module?
Yes. Same thing.
Capabilities of the
Mhm.
event.
Mm-hmm.
And the last question is talking about the real course. This is really mesmerizing. I remember 10 years ago when I bought the audio, it was advertised that on the user live guitar track, we can bring our own user live guitar recorded in the studio. That thing never came out. So we were still stuck with the live guitars that the Ketron provided for us, and we couldn't have the possibility to buy different live guitars because they were not provided. On this occasion that you will launch this event, will they unlock this function on the audio as well so we can bring in our real chords on the user live guitar track? What do you think?
So on the audio is closed, right? The audio is already maxed out. Now I think there was a misconception, and I think this could be the issue of how we use the word terminology. So there's user live guitar, and then there's audio live guitar, right? So I think people got confused because when they said user live guitar is a guitar which is controlled and triggered by MIDI, which is not the same as audio live guitar. So on the audio, does an end user, does someone like yourself have the capability to load a live guitar into audio? The answer is no. You can load a user live guitar, which is triggered by MIDI. It's like the same thing that we do with the SD1000, where we have live drums, but it's actually triggering the MIDI. That can be done on audio. But the live guitar, live audio guitar, can somebody put into the audio a live guitar? No.
Yeah, I don't want to get the details about this, but I got the answer to the question. Thanks very much, AJ.
Okay. You're welcome. Anybody else?
When the sound model will be released?
Let's just say sometime this year, we hope.
Oh,
This year.
Let's just say sometime this year, we hope.
Okay. And what about traditional styles? Can we add in this case some other styles from other keyboards
Yes.
to convert it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. I think were you here since the beginning of the presentation?
What?
No. I was asking if you were here since the beginning of the presentation.
No, I'm just.
Yeah. So you missed that part. Yes. We have MIDI styles, a whole bunch of MIDI styles, and audio styles as well. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Hey AJ, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, thank you. No, again, sorry, just a quick question. Is the event compatible with the audio insofar as will the event take in audio styles?
So yes, it is compatible. What we're going to do is we're going to hopefully soon make that live, just like we did for the SD9. We'll take the live. You could do it yourself, but it's a lot of work because you have to take each of the audio drums out, as WAV files, bring them into the audio, into the SD, into the event, and then reassemble them. So we do that for you, and then we make it available on USB sticks. And now I think it's like $90 or so, 90 euros, I think it is. So yeah, there's gonna be an event library of styles that's gonna say audio for event, audio styles, let's say pop and rock for event. Just like now you have the audio styles available for SD series, right? For SD9 and for SD, yes. So the answer is yes.
But it will take in MIDI file with the MIDI styles from
Mhm.
the audio and audio, will it?
Yeah. The event has, like I just did before, the event, let me get out of this real quick. The event does have MIDI styles, right? So like the style we did, if I go here, for example, let me get out of user style, go into ballad. If I go into, let's say I went into pad, let me change the view here. Okay, so you see the styles, it says real. These real styles have live drums, live bass, live guitar, live chord. Everything is live. If you turn the page and it goes to where it says live, it's like an SD9 style, which is live drums, live guitar, just those two, right? And if you turn the page again, you see where it says MIDI. These are MIDI styles, right? So if I touch, for example, ragtime, this is a MIDI style. these are MIDI styles. So yes, you can also bring in MIDI styles into the event, just like on the SD9 as well.
They're on that PAT, the one that PAT being requested.
Yeah, you can bring the previous PAT files, yeah, and you'll convert them, yes.
Yeah, you can do it.
Mm-hmm.
That's great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Any more questions, guys? I know, yeah, especially for you guys in Europe. Thank you guys for staying awake. I know it's been a long. Frank, any questions from you? We got dealers here too, guys. Frank is Frank, thank you so much for handling the back end. I'm telling you, man, you're godsend. But we do have dealers. We have Frank, one of our most reputable dealers in the United States. As you guys have known, he is one of those guys who answers most questions on the Sin Zone forum and also on the new Facebook as well. So like I said, we're seeing some of us are seeing each other for the first time and getting to know people, but he's very, very good, one of our best when it comes to the arranger world. You know, Frank is one of the few stores you can go into. You can compare a Ketron product with a Korg product with a Yamaha product, and then, you know, he'll just put everything before you and say, hey, this is what it is, and you make up your mind. So I don't know if you want to say anything, Frank.
Just thank you for doing this, AJ. Appreciate it. It's good when people that actually are part of the inventors of the product can actually let us know what it really can do, and the positives and even the shortcomings too. That's very important. And thank you. The more of these, the better we're going to be. You know, because there's a lot of stuff that I thought I knew, and I just learned some new stuff tonight. So.
So, how often, in your view, how often do you think we should be doing these? Because it takes a lot, right? Look at we've been here now for about, what, 3 hours and still going. People are coming in, people are going out. What would you recommend, as you know, based on your customers?
I think it should be more almost like a video manual, like each little section of your manual. So let's say you take whatever style creation and creating your own audio drum loop. And you should just have a nice little 15-20 minute thing on just that. Do nice short ones, categorize them, and then when people need to look them up, they can always go back and go, oh yeah, how do you do this? And they can just scroll through your videos and they can see your hands-on and how to do each thing that you have on the manual. So they can open the manual and watch the video at the same time, go back and forth.
Okay.
That's what I think. But.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. A picture says 1,000 words. You're right.
Oh yeah, I can read everything. I see a stop sign, but I blow right through it every time. Shows me a video of me stopping, and then
I hope we don't have any police officers watching this.
my name is Bob.
My name is Bob. That was a nice one. That was a good one. Guys. Anyway, I don't know who else is on here. Any more dealers on here? Is Larry on here? No, Larry's not here. I know Greg was on here a few moments ago. You know, he's he's one of those who actually created the Facebook page. You know, those who want to dive into the technical stuff. You know, there's a lot of people that answer questions there as well too, when it comes to the techie stuff. But yeah, Frank, I think Korg does a good job of that. You know, having the manual and just going through section by section, like 5-minute, 10-minute videos on how to just do this. How do you turn the machine on? Press the button. Oh, that's another thing too. I forgot to tell you guys. The event has a very nice new spanky looking power button right there. Look at that. No more reaching out to the back and fidgeting around with buttons and figuring out if the machine is on or not. You can't even tell. Doop, right there. It turns blue too. So I figure we should mention that part. But it is a beautiful board. The finish is like a glossy. I think that's the only complaint that I would probably say. You know, one of these, they look nice, they look pretty, they look shiny, but of course, if you got kids or anything, you're gonna have fingerprints all over the whole thing. That I must say. You know, that's the thing. But it's a very, very beautiful, beautiful looking board. Being able to customize backing lights as well too, control the dim, or you know, I can go in here. I mean, like I know we just got done with Christmas. If I went into the menu and I go into preferences, when it wants to do that, And I can go in and say display LED 9. I can change the color from blue to, let's say I want to make it green. You know, I got a nice looking green color there. Not only that, I can control the intensity of that. Okay, can make it light, I can make it a little bit darker, you know. But with Ketron, our colors are our official color is the canyon or the light sky blue. You also have kinetic mode that we added. I think we have it on the SD9 as well. We can actually go to a screen that has data like this, and you can actually move the screen like a touch, like an iPad. You see what I'm doing? So I can actually move that. That's also on, if you have the SD9 OS 2.0 and higher, you should have that in there too. But this is very nice because normally you have to go in and turn the wheel and flip and do. No, I can just flip, and then of course make my selection and go in there and hit enter. T3 MRX, who are you? Anyway, we're almost done now. So yeah, a couple of points learned. So definitely next one, I'm gonna work with Frank and some other dealers who are gonna help a lot with the Zoom. I know everybody's antsy about delivery. So like I said before in my post, the emails, this goes to the dealers and those of you who have purchased events already. Especially in the United States, we're looking at around March delivery. And even though the company says February, I want to put a buffer from my perspective. The reason being that, as you notice, a lot of events have, not a lot, a few have trickled out now, you know, especially in Italy. Most of the stores in Italy had them, and they do that as a purpose because they want the people to come in, try it out, and test. And it also gives them a way to finalize the operating system. In case of any kind of bugs, like people can walk into the store and figure out something, it gets done, it gets updated real quick, and then it goes out. So most distributors right now, this is I only have this one piece. This came in Saturday. Okay, this is just a couple of days before New Year. So it took me about an hour or two to load in some stuff, play around with it, make sure it works, and then to do this a demonstration as well. So this is just with a few hours of playing around with the machine. So imagine what would happen in your hand. But again, do not be discouraged. The good thing about it is that those who placed pre-orders, of course, got the pre-order Christmas discounts and stuff. So we're hoping that our next batch of events should be hitting the United States by roughly February, somewhere thereabout. Now, in the rest of the world, especially if you're in either Ukraine, Russia, that part of the world, you're also looking at the delivery of about March, somewhere around there. Again, you will see some people posting on Facebook. They are either people that have had the product and had prototypes that are just now free to use and talk about it because they signed what they call a non-disclosure agreement while the machine was in development. But now they can do demos. Okay, that's number one. Or they are distributors. And the Ketron is trying to get this out to as many distributors as possible. At least each person have a piece that they can showcase. They can talk about it. They can't sell it, okay? But they can showcase it. They can talk about it. They can do like promotions and stuff. And then the mass production units start to come out. Also, just to be honest with you as well, it also gives us a chance to make sure that there's no defect. Like sometimes you get these pieces, like it happened before with like the audio, and something is not sitting right, something is not, so it gives us a chance to do that and send a final report to the company, and then everything gets addressed. So that when you get your event, you're getting everything done. It's production, everything is out the door. You're not getting something which is a sample, or you're not getting a demonstration unit. No. So I know that that's the worry on most people's minds, but be assured that come March, yes, the mass delivery will be going on at that time. Also remember that we still have the ripple effects from the COVID with chip shortages and everything. The beauty about Ketron is that most of the chips are made in-house a lot of the time. So we are able to navigate our way through that. So again, this is something that's hit everybody hard, but we hope that when you get your keyboard, it would have been worth the wait. Okay. So yeah, my lines are open. I'm going to go into the chat. I see like 99 chats. Wow, I don't even know where to start. The chat does not seem to have anything interesting. It has all this stuff that was being put by those guys that were not doing anything. Eating chat. Yeah, nothing in here to write home about. Let's see. Pardon?
I said that the chat has been disabled in Zoom, so people couldn't really have some actual useful questions,
Okay, that's fine. That's good. That's good. Yeah, because I just saw. I'm just looking now. It's just a bunch of nothing constructive. Yeah, nothing constructive. That's fine. So yeah, next time we will make it a little bit more restrictive. You're gonna have to probably put in the password. I think I did it this time because I didn't want people. Some people are not tech savvy. A lot of people are not really. They just want to click and get in. You know, they don't want to be in the waiting room and all that stuff. But next time, what I will probably do is we'll start the show a little bit earlier in terms of people getting admission, and we'll put a time. Hey, if you want to attend this, you got to be in between this time and this time. Once the door, it's like going for a regular meeting, right? If you're going to a meeting at the chancellor's house or whatever, they say be there at 1 o'clock. You're going to be there at 1 o'clock. Now I do understand that sometimes people have to come in a little bit later, but it disrupts the flow, right? And it disrupts also the others who are really trying to participate in this production. So I'd like to apologize for that, but it's a learning curve, like we did. We programmed the style, we learned what not to do. So for next time, we'll definitely, And how often do you guys want to have something of this nature? I think that's my next question in general. How comfortable or how often would you want to have this? Because it is a lot, right? I won't put it past anybody. It does take a lot, to put a show of this magnitude. But how often would you think it, especially with the it doesn't have to only be this, right? It could also be SD9, it could be in general, but I know that now the attention is really on events.
Maybe mental.
Once a month?
Yeah. I want to say that maybe we should something like pre-coordinate the meeting and to specify the topic in advance. Maybe in Facebook, so that the people who would like to join the meeting, any particular meeting, will know in advance what will the meeting be about.
Okay. What did we discuss? Yes.
So this will be very good for let's say beginners like me, for myself. I don't know anything about getting products, and maybe some other meetings will be more beneficial for people who are more advanced.
Oh, beautiful. So Mark, let me ask you, how did you find out about Ketron?
Actually, I'm from Israel. Okay, so I live in right next to the store who sells Ketrons.
Correct.
Something like that. So I just popped in and just wanted to see, and then I was really impressed by this machine, and maybe when I will sell my Genos, I will move to Ketron. I don't know yet.
Right. Okay. Got you. Yeah, it's nice for us to know because it tells us how to reach out to people like yourself, right? Like I said, I was put in the Korg forum, so they pretty much, we've never heard about this before. How did, and then we interact and everything. So it's nice to know that, as you're going in, people who, what somebody wants, people coming from different manufacturers. Again, like I said, everybody, I don't believe in such a thing as a best keyboard. It's best for what? What's the best for? If you are looking at a particular dimension, then of course the manufacturer makes. It's like a car. People drive Toyota Corolla, one of the best cars in the world in terms of the marketing, durability, and everything else. But some people prefer to drive BMW, right? So all those cars take you from point A to point B. The question is, how does it do it, right?
Yeah, I think that there are many people out there who own other brands or exposed to other brands, but they have never heard of Ketron, and they perceive it like myself. I mean, I perceive it like a very special machine, which is obviously really powerful, but I don't know much about it.
Much.
Yeah, so it's not like if it's Korg and Yamaha who definitely, they produce a series of videos, very succinct, straight to the point. How do you do this? How do you do that? And Ketron lacks this kind of support in my opinion.
You're right. You're right. You're right.
So it should be improved, and then way more people will be exposed to this product.
You're right. And I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you.
Ketron definitely, they don't have the restrictions that are put on Korg and Yamaha. Where Korg and Yamaha, especially Yamaha, will not allow any kind of manipulation of style. Certain things have to be a certain way, and that's it. Where Ketron, it's a little bit more freer, and you can also tell by the styles. Like they're willing to go to 32 bars. They're willing to do variations. They're willing to bring in stuff that Yamaha and Korg would never even think of because it's possibly not 1,000% perfect every time. And that's what music is, though. Music isn't, X's and O's or ons and offs. There's variation. There's feeling. There's this, and like it's one thing that I don't care who it is. Ketron's styles and the musical feel on each of those styles have never been matched by Yamaha or Korg. You think about it, Yamaha and Korg styles are great, but they're very mechanical compared to a Ketron style. I do have to hand it, Yamaha and Korg are a little bit more modernized when it comes to a lot of their sounds and their styles, but when it comes to musicality, you can't beat Ketron. You can't.
Yeah, I think that if we're talking about Yamaha, who really shines in the department of EDM music or some modern music, but in my understanding with the introduction of this real drums, guitars, stuff like this, and with the capability to bring custom samples, I mean, Ketron we can also reach the same level. Now, what Yamaha do, they produce many packages, they call them, which are free and can be downloaded from their site. So maybe if Ketron will do something like this, and they will cover like genre by genre, or maybe some different places in the world, like Mediterranean music or some Western music, Europe music, and then it's a really good thing that let's say attracts many customers.
Yeah, we actually did.
That's a good thing. You can make different packages for different styles of music or different areas of entertainment. You could have your modern pop package. You can have your Mediterranean package. You can have your big band package. You can have your country western package. That would be great. And that's also. I mean, it's more revenue for the companies too if they can deliver a package that's worth it. I would pay for it. I mean, if I'm looking for more, pop-oriented stuff, I wouldn't mind paying and getting, 20, 30, 40 styles of modern songs that I can manipulate and change and do myself. So.
Yep. Yep. That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, there's a lot to be done. I thought I saw a lady there. I haven't heard from any ladies today. Renee, are you still there? Based on Renee. Vous parlez français? Renee, I see accent aigu at the end of the E. Renee, are you there? She unmuted, but then she disappeared. Oh, there she is. It's going back and forth, the blurry. Just wanted to see if you had any questions for us. No questions. Okay. All right, folks. Yeah, it's been a long one, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow, 4 hours and there she is, Renee. Any questions from us? Want to hear a lady's voice before we go?
Sorry, Ajay.
That's Renee. It's not a lady. It's a guy. I thought it was a lady. Yes, go ahead. Any questions for us?
No, just a comment about creating style for weird shows. On Facebook, Socrates has a video on a little PDF document. That's for Daniela also.
Okay, I'll put. I did I think before you probably came in, we did a demonstration on how to create style. At least we did arranger A, right? I didn't go into every single thing because it's a lengthy process. Just so you know, the styles that we make for Ketron, the styles that we create for Ketron, right? If you want to make a style of that category and that quality, it's going to take about a week to do one style. People may think, oh my gosh, how do you do that? It's about 1 week because you have to create the elements of the style. We have to also use the artists and the people in the studio to create the other parts, okay, and then bring that into the style. And then we have to balance everything out. So to do one style well, all right, even if you're using VSTs or you're using like Easy Drummer, okay, talk about a couple of days to make a style. Now we do have a video which I did on the SD9 that shows how to make a style from scratch. So if you want that information, you can just send me an email. I can give you a link to there are two videos on YouTube, how to make a style from the beginning to the end, intro, ending, fills, breaks, everything.
Actually, I was not clear. That's my accent. You know, English is not my native language.
Oh, I understand.
I know how to make a style. That was to answer to Daniel's question about creating style with real chords.
Or with real drums.
No, real chords. On Facebook, Socrates. Real chords. Yes.
Oh, Socrates with the real chords, yes.
Socrates has put a Facebook video about that with a little PDF document with each key chord and how to put from the PC to the event.
To the event, beautiful. That's beautiful. Perfect. Perfect.
Sorry, that's why I did not want to speak because nobody understands me.
No, we understand you clearly. Trust me. We're not. Yeah, I think it's just English being a default, right? The default, like they say, the trade language. But we all come from different parts, and I think it's about patience, right? So when you first said what you said, I think I was rushing to the style creation part with the intro. No, with real chords, and the same for real bass. Real chord and real bass have the same formula. Let's see. Anybody else have any more questions? Bob Fish on YouTube has a lot of, mostly comments. Okay, thanks. Yeah, the guys on YouTube have been having their own discussion in English, French, and German. There's been a whole discussion going on YouTube. Yeah, it's been all back on. Yeah, this is cool. Great demo so far. Thank you. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Facebook, I think Facebook has just been forgotten. These guys on Facebook, I cannot see them. Where are they? Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah, they too have been having their own discussions. All right, guys. I know that is pretty late for you guys in Europe. Even here, the sun is finally going down here. So we must be really, really, I don't know. Anybody from China, Russia, any part of the world that way that's like 2 a.m. in the morning? No. Okay. Anyway, so thank you guys so much. Thank you all for chiming in. This has been a very good, at least a good start. For us, it's the first. I think I don't remember anybody doing something of this magnitude, but the whole idea was for us to be able to interact because based on your questions, I mean, I have a whole list of things I was supposed to talk about, but I didn't even get into them, because I had already had like a little chart, like point by point, but sometimes, like I said, if you're doing a live video, it's different. You have a focus and you just keep it, but when you're interacting, people have different questions and different niches. Somebody wants to talk about style. Somebody's about voices. Somebody's about live audio. Everybody has their own little thing. So this was a little bit lengthy, but we'll take your advice into consideration, especially what Frank said, and have dedicated videos out there which we'll start working on, like 2 5-minute videos, 10-minute videos, short, event, how to do this, event, how to do that, and eventually cover up everything. But the manual, yeah, I need to submit it. The manual I have to send this manual to Ketron by the end of the week. So that is still being covered. But we had to have a final working piece first before we could actually get ahead and do that. So no more questions. Thank you guys so much. We shall be seeing again on Facebook. At least now I can put a face to some of the names, which is perfect, which is great. Those of you who have my email as well, communicate with me, reach out to me directly on the email addresses. Reach out to your those of you in the different countries of different parts of the world, various distributors and your dealers. And question them about your event and event availability as well. And again, also what will also help me to do some of these videos is if you guys send me an email, or even on Facebook is hard because I have to go through and check a bunch of messages. If you just send me an email directly, AJ, I'd like to know how to do this, Those will now help me to be able to put a video together and address just your particular needs. I know obviously there's certain things that you might not know because you don't know, right? Until you have the machine in front of you, you don't know. But in general, style creation, voice, how do you edit? How do you record? Like we just do the recording, people are like, what do you just do? How can you play and record at the same time? Event can do that. I could just do that real quick. I think SD9 can do it as well too. Voice modeling, drawbars, mixing drums, audio drums, live drums. What's the difference? Live guitar, live chords. How do you assemble the live chords? All those questions, just send me an email and then we'll go from there. Okay?
Thank you, AJ.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you. It's been a beauty. Thank you so much. Ciao. Ciao.
Thank you.
Thank you. Frank, I'll sync up with you later, okay?
Okay, talk to you later.
All right, boss. Bye-bye. Thank you. Frank, I'll sync up with you later, okay?
Okay, talk to you later.
All right, boss. Bye-bye.